Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is indeed my show. I hope you guys are doing all right this morning, wherever you are under the sound of this voice. I appreciate you for being, I need to cut that off, under the sound of this voice. In fact, while I do that, I want to go to my crush, my guilty pleasure, Kayla Kalis. Here's your Kalis. Kalis has been given a microphone. I don't know who gave her this microphone, but they gave her a microphone, and I love it. I love it. She's so pretty and dumb. And anytime she opens her mouth, oftentimes she gives fantastic content. I'm going to play this clip of something that she said that even the Chinese, who are loath to say things that are brutal and over the top, even they called her dumb. I'm going to play this clip. This is her in response to a conversation that was taking place between Xi Jinping and Putin. Listen to what she says here. This is amazing. You can see this hamster in her brain just running at top speed.
You know, that Russia was addressing China like you and like Russia and China, we fought the Second World War. We won the Second World War. We won the Nazism. I was like, okay, that is something new. But then you can see first you can, if you know history, then it raises a lot of question marks in your head. But I can tell you nowadays people don't really read and remember history that much, which is that, you can see that they buy these narratives.
I love it. I love it. You're so smart. You're so smart. People don't read, do they? Yeah, people, you're telling me I'm smart. I like that. I like that. You're so smart. Hey, I have coffee up in 212. Would you like to go out for some coffee? Are we going to talk some more about the war and about Russia and China saying that, that they won the war? Yes, we can talk all about the war because you're so smart. Coffee. Okay, if we're only going to have coffee, yep, have really good coffee. Really good coffee. You tells pretty women they're smart. Tell smart women they're pretty. That woman is dumb as a box of rocks. It is astonishing to me that she was able to get that particular position. And if anybody in Europe cared, she would be fired or she'd resign. Making a statement like that is outrageous. Part of the reason she makes that statement is because, let's be honest, if all of us were in a room and we were watching the movie Downfall, she would be the one in tears when Hitler kills himself. The Nazis had such a good chance to beat those dastardly Soviets. That is incompetent. The notion 80% of the Nazis that took it in the face did so on the Eastern Front. The Soviet Union lost 20 to 30 million human beings to beat back the Nazis out of Europe. It is an astonishing thing that a woman, in Estonia no less, will say that. China spent, 30 million people in order to beat back the Japanese. If you want to say that America contributed, you could say that. America contributed 500,000 people, spam, jeeps, etc. They assisted. It is more complicated because in their mind, they were still thinking about the next war while they were fighting this war. And for all intents and purposes, let's say, allowed the Germans and the Soviets to beat the hell out of themselves. There's that. But I just want to make the very specific point. When Xi Jinping and Putin are talking about this radical sacrifice that their populations effectively made, they're doing so because they made a radical sacrifice for the rest of the world to beat back Nazism, or for that matter, those lunatics in Japan. That's reality. And then to put a bow on it, where she said, people believe this stuff. Do they? Do they? Some people just don't read. Right, I know. I'm looking at one. I am looking at one. That's astonishing. That's astonishing. She's a fantastic woman, or fascinating woman, I should say. Just imagine. I can imagine that a lot of people were looking at her and say, you're so smart. And somewhere along the way, she believed it, missing the fact that they're telling her that because she's very attractive. To push this further, China came out with a response to this because this was so outrageous that then China was like, you lack the competence. You lack competence. Effectively, you're dumb.
欧盟有关官员的言论充满了意识形态偏见，缺乏基本历史常识，公然鼓噪对立对抗，既是对二战历史的不尊重，也损害欧。
I just want to point out, this lacks basic common sense. This lacks basic common sense. And just when you thought the Kayla's finished there, that she had nothing else to say after that because, you said something pretty stupid. You're being panned on social media for saying something that's pretty stupid, that is historically inaccurate by definition. The hits don't stop there. They just don't stop. She keeps the hits going. This is Kayla's, once again, giving us her wisdom. Just imagine myself sitting across the table from her. Tell me more. Tell me more. Talk to me. Talk to me. Give me more of your Estonian flat earth wisdom.
The Chinese are very good at technology, but they are not that good in social sciences. Versus, the Russians, who are not good at technology at all, but super good in social sciences. So what are they doing? All the actors who are trying to make us weaker, they are actually, finding the little fires that are existing in our society and pouring fuel into those, and both sides, so that, suddenly you have, really minor issues, really big fires, and everybody's like, where did that come from? In the age of social media, especially the attention span that people have, it is very easy to ignite people to be against something, and this is very hard. I don't have.
They keep giving her a mic. That is the most shocking thing in the world to me. Somebody says, hey, Kayla's is here. Give her a mic. And I can't be certain whether or not they're saying that because they're kind of like me of like, hey, I wonder what she's going to say today. Or whether it's legitimately like, she is so smart. Let's give Kayla's the mic. Let's see what wisdom she has to give to us today. And she melts their brain with this nonsense. I want to go back to the beginning of this because this is fantastic. Let's play the clip one more time. I'm only going to play it once more. You think I'm gawking at her? Slightly, but it's just funny to me.
The Chinese are very good at technology.
The Chinese are very good at technology. That's what the Chinese can do. They're very good at technology. Okay.
But they are not that good in social sciences.
But in social sciences, they suck. The Chinese are horrible at social sciences. But technologically, they're very proficient. Okay, Kayla, tell us more of your wisdom. Keep going. Tell us more. There we are. Tell us more.
Versus, the Russians, who are not good at technology at all.
The Russians are not good at technology at all. Europe is a dumpster fire. They have very little industrial base, very little technological base. The Russians are building military technology that is well beyond anything that Europe has. Anything. Decades. And Planet of the Apes from Estonia. Kayla's. The Russians are very bad at technology. They just beat the shit out of all of NATO. That's amazing. That's an astonishing thing to say. Just an astonishing thing to say. But you're so smart. Tell me more, Kayla. Tell me more.
But super good in social sciences.
But they are fantastic at social sciences. this, I don't know if this is a European thing, but this weird dumbing down of the world into, well, these people are great at this, but bad at this. And these other people are great at this, but bad at this. You're an idiot. I'm sorry, you're an idiot. You're dumb. You are very pretty, but you are very, very dumb. I do not know why they keep giving you a mic. I do not know why you got this job. I do not know how on earth you crawled into this particular position, but Lord knows, resign. Resign. You are one of the most incompetent people that are in Europe, and yet that level of incompetence in no way stop you from getting this particular position where you can get out here and give these brain farts over and over and over and over again. With other people listening, I would imagine, and other Europeans, probably in Planet of the Apes Estonia, thinking, she's so smart. She's the smartest person in Estonia. When she tells me this stuff, this is amazing to hear. The Russians are bad at technology. That's why they created the Rezhnik. And their AI program is the better in Europe. And their space science is better in Europe, and we have nothing that can compete with any of it. Stupid idiots. Just amazing. I'm going to end this. Because I'm being brutal at this point. It's just, God, I can't believe they put people out there saying this nonsense. My man, Laith Marouf. How you doing, Laith? You doing okay today?
You're doing good. Thank you very much. I'm out in the field and glad to join you.
I see you out in the bush today. If you're on location, I would imagine, I'm not going to ask you exactly where because I don't necessarily want to out your location. I know last time you seemed to be in somewhat of an unsafe spot. Hopefully you are in a much safer location today.
Yes. Actually, I'm not near the border. We're between Saida and Sur in the south on the coast. There was an attack yesterday on an area called Ansariya here on the coast where the municipalities of South Lebanon gather their industrial machinery, their excavators and bulldozers and what have you. So the Zionists last night attacked all these excavators and destroyed over 20 somewhat of those machineries. So we're going to go and do a report on that. We're almost there.
Now, what was the objective in blowing up excavators, machinery? I suppose it's a small blessing they didn't go on a murder spree. But in the context of blowing up all of this equipment and everything else, these earth movers in this case, what was the objective?
Yeah, the objective is for them to basically stop the rebuilding of I'm sorry, I just got to turn off this.
You're fine.
This walkie-talkie. We listen to the chatter to know where the Zionist drones and jets are, just in case we're in the south. Anyways, so obviously the rebuilding of the south is crucial right now. Much of the villages in the south are destroyed, especially the frontline villages. And as we see, the United States and the Zionists want to make this a population-free, ethnically cleanse the area, basically, not allow the residents to return to the south of Lebanon and make it into a Trump Disneyland kind of situation with this is what the Americans want. They want to do a industrial zone in the south and depopulate it, make it into resorts for the rich. And so the only way you can fight that is by rebuilding the south and bringing back the people. And so the Zionists have been targeting all the industrial machinery that is being used. So anytime a village brings an excavator to take out the rubble, it's attacked. And now they're going further than just attacking things in the villages in the south and going to the industrial zones past the Litani River, anywhere they're finding any excavators in Lebanon, and they're trying to destroy them. So these are war crimes, plain and simple.
Is there, the Lebanese government never responds to this at all?
Yeah, there was for the first time, a condemnation from Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, a condemnation and asking for the world to condemn it again. So this is, it is his first time that he's condemning violations of Lebanese sovereignty and attacks on civilian infrastructure. But it is, again, speaking in kind of a slavish way, asking for international protection and the international regime to actually do something about it. And we know, of course, this hasn't worked for the Palestinians in Gaza for almost 2 years now. The genocide continues, and so of course the United Nations is not going to care if Lebanon is being attacked.
But he firmly believes that if Hezbollah puts down its weapons, that the United Nations will all of a sudden care, and the Security Council will all of a sudden care and get involved when Israel continues to carry out these attacks after.
Yeah, I mean, this is what he plays out in the media. Obviously, somebody like Nawaf Salam, who has worked within the imperialist system for so long, knows that his masters will do nothing. I mean, the guy was in the ICJ, and it's clear that the ICJ was not able to stop any genocides that were conducted by the West or lackeys or vassals of the West since its inception. So he clearly knows that the international quote-unquote community and the international legal system and the international diplomatic system like the United Nations cannot guarantee the safety of the Lebanese people and the Lebanese territory. So this is just for media consumption, because there's a lot of pressure right now inside Lebanon from the populace. We're hearing on all the media, anytime somebody's interviewed from the Lebanese public, they're all mocking Nawaf Salam and his government. They're mocking and this is the best case scenario, is that they're mocking the regular things that we're reading on social media and the streeters that we're seeing in the broadcast media are all very angry. Even derogatory terms are being used when talking about Nawaf Salam.
Is there political pressure in changing the government? Correct me if I'm wrong on this. The only way that any of this would ever change, where the military would actually be used to the benefit of Lebanon, would be for a regime change. And I mean from the public, not from those idiots, external monsters, but from the public itself, because it seems like the public is not on board for what this government is effectively trying to do, whether it's with Hezbollah, whether it's working with the United States and Israel, whether it's on some level legitimizing, or at the very least, not strongly condemning this idea of the, what is his name, Tom Barrack, coming here and calling the Lebanese and the Middle Easterners animals. Like, meaning there seems to be a severe difference between what the public wants and cares about, advocates for, what's in the best interest of Lebanon, versus what the government is delivering and what they're saying.
Yeah, look, the government in Lebanon has no control of anything in the country, and this is why there's, all the resistance groups have been born decade after decade in Lebanon, because the government cannot protect the sovereignty of the territory or protect the populace of the nation. So what we are seeing is, clearly Nawaf Salam may have promised things that he can't deliver to his masters in Washington and Tel Aviv, and also that the calculations of the Zionists and the Americans behind them were too positive in their mind of what power now they have in Lebanon after the 66-day war and the fall of the Assad government in Damascus. So they were high on euphoria, thinking that with the fall of the Assad government and the assassination of the leadership of Hezbollah, that somehow that has changed the realities on the ground in Lebanon in such a way that the resistance will, will collapse or follow their dictates without resistance, or that the local vassals and puppets of the Americans suddenly are more stronger, like Nawaf Salam or the Phalange and so forth. And reality now has slapped them in the face. There's no way for the military to be to accept to be used as a police force to confront Lebanese citizens. This is out of the picture, and the local militias that are, armed by the West don't have the power to confront Hezbollah. And if Nawaf Salam continues on this path of confrontation, his government will collapse and he will cease to be the prime minister. And then what else can the U.S. do? So the only way that the U.S. can change realities on the ground in Lebanon is to have a war on Lebanon from the outside. There's no possibilities of a civil war in Lebanon, and the Lebanese people will resist fiercely. And it's not going to be an easy thing, and I don't think the United States currently is willing to risk the lives of American soldiers to achieve what Israel wants.
They would use mercenaries if they had to use anybody, like expendable soldiers, like toy soldiers of sorts. I want to move to Yemen for a bit. The airstrike that murdered the entire government of Yemen, the president, or the prime minister, I should say, not to mention the cabinet, is pretty startling. And yet, nothing, crickets from anywhere else in the West than everything else. Give me your take on that. I mean, and I guess your take on two parts. A, this idea of a premeditated strike that would effectively murder the entirety of the government, what it means to be willing to do that. And B, this kind of secondary take of nobody seems to care outside of Middle Eastern circles, meaning Europe obviously doesn't care. The US obviously doesn't care. The UN obviously doesn't care. None of these things come up as, or even register on their radar, as if the government of Yemen is not an actual government.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a continuation of the collapse of the international system that was built after World War II. So much of the international law doesn't exist clearly now, or de facto, because the international courts are not able to do anything de jure. We saw the ICC and the ICJ fail to do anything. Therefore, international law now is de facto. And that means that it's de facto normal to, besiege a civilian population and starve them. That's norm now within the international legal system. And with what we saw with the attack on the Yemeni government is now normalizing the killing of leadership of a country by an enemy state with no legal jurisdiction. Okay, so that means now every prime minister, every president of any country is a legitimate target. The Israeli.
He'll come back. He'll come back. He'll come back. He'll come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. He's in the bush. And so when I see him resume, he may have somewhat of a bad connection. I'll see him moving in a second, and I will bring him back. He looks frozen in terror in that picture. It's okay. It's okay, Laith. He'll come back. I have full trust and faith that he'll come back. Yeah, he'll be back. Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. He is perfectly okay. But Laith is making a point. Under normal circumstances, the notion of murdering the entire government. It's pretty outrageous. Here we are. You're perfectly fine. I know you're out in the boonies.
Yeah, and the phone overheated because this was on the sun right here, so it stopped the broadcast. So I was saying that it's now normalized to target leadership of a state, and therefore, the president or the prime minister of the Zionist colony or any European state or the United States are now legitimate targets in a war. And this is now what's normalized. I want to note one thing here about this assassination is that this happened, in a public building, prime minister's offices. It's a regular cabinet meeting that's scheduled, and it's the civilian cabinet. There was no Minister of Defense or generals or Minister of Security or what have you in this meeting. Those were all civilian victims that were assassinated by the Israelis. And the other thing that we should note here, so clearly there's no effect on Yemen's military posture and its capabilities with this assassination. The other thing is that Yemen already began its retaliation, and it says it will be targeting the prime minister and the president and the cabinet of the Zionist colony. And they already, just last night, for instance, did 10 different attacks on Israel with multiple hypersonic missiles. The day before, the same thing. These are like some of the highest numbers of attacks in any days that we saw over the last 22 months of this war, 23 months. And they've, targeted the general command of the Israeli military. They've targeted Israeli ships that are bringing oil from Saudi Arabia to the Zionist colony in the north parts of the Red Sea. So all of that is clear indication that the Yemeni armed forces are going to be doing something differently this time, and they raised the stakes. And so it's a stupid move by the Israelis. The Israelis have not been able to cause any change in Yemen's abilities, so they targeted a easy target, which is the prime minister and his cabinet.
Is Yemen building that stuff at home? I mean, and let me explain why I asked this. Yemen is not necessarily a rich country. They're a very poor country. But as you point out, they're using hypersonic missiles. They have technological capabilities that are actually quite precise in the way that they can target ships, or for that matter, the way they can target Israel. This means a certain technological sophistication that they're not entirely given credit for, or at the very least weren't given credit for prior. Were these just home industries that were built? Are they receiving assistance, let's say, from outside groups? Where, like, for example, the targeting data, is that homegrown? What satellites are they using for that? The missiles that they're building, are they building those things homegrown? Or are they receiving help and assistance from outside actors?
We know that all the building is actually happening inside Yemen. The scientists in the industrial military complex of Yemen are very well trained. They clearly, have went on missions of training and so on in different countries. Iran is clearly one of those countries. It's possible also that Iran smuggled some of the machinery for building some of these capabilities. But that doesn't mean that Yemen is not the one that's building these weapons. And Yemen has used hypersonic missiles before any other country on the planet in a battlefield. Before Iran did, before Russia did, and they even used multi-head, hypersonic missiles before anybody else. So this is all an indications of how independent their capabilities are from their allies, Iran, and in terms of the targeting capabilities. Yes, Iran probably is helping with that. Iran has multiple satellites stationed over the battlefield in Palestine, and the data is given to their allies. I've heard some people say China, but we don't have any evidence of that. So I don't want to throw China just because people are saying China is aiding in this. It's very the highest probability is that it's Iran. Remember, it's the axis of resistance. There's an integration within the military structures of the axis of resistance, and so it's the most logical thing is that Iran is the one that's giving Yemen the coordinates of things and helping them with the guiding of the missiles to their target through the satellite capabilities of Iran. Finally, we can say here that because Yemen is, yes, it is a poor country, but remember, building weapons and or even building structures, civilian structures, the most expensive part is the human salaries, right? And when you're in a poor country, you can easily build back from destruction because labor is so cheap. Let's say, for instance, same thing when we're talking about the production costs of weapons for a poor country where the salaries are so low and are enough even when they're low for somebody to survive because the goods are cheap in the market. Then your eventual costs are like usually a tenth of that of a big country like the U.S. who's spending billions of dollars on useless weapons.
I want to go to Iran first, but there's another topic I want to hit too. But let's go to Iran first. Considering that in the last 12-day war, that one of the first things that Israel did was a decapitation strike. Their objective was to take down the government of Iran. They wanted to kill the Ayatollah. They wanted to kill Pezeshkian, which I still don't know why they wanted to kill Pezeshkian. He is like the #1 guy. Should Iran engage in a preemptive strike, knowing full well that Israel seems to be gearing up for another war?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at thousands of years, if we look at thousands of years of Iranian history, we will see that there was very few incidents where Iran initiated a war. This is true also of China, by the way, with foreign powers. So, I don't think Iran will. Although I would like it that they would go ahead and bomb the hell out of Israel unannounced. But given that civilizational history, it's clear that Iran will not be the initiator of a war. And I mean, it worked actually positively for them the first time. When we're talking about the internal solidarity of the population, right? Remember, the Iranian population is very propagandized. There's hundreds of TV stations owned by the Gulf despots and the West that are broadcasting in Persian into the Persian population all this stuff about, hey, Iran is wasting, or the quote-unquote the regime in Iran is wasting the money of the nation on arming all these resistance groups. If we can just stop building all these weapons, Iranians will be much richer and better situation. Okay, so for the Iranian government to as happened last time, be attacked, and all these especially actually Pezeshkian, which you were right now disparaging for a second. Actually, it worked really well that Pezeshkian is there to the benefit of the more oppositional or more confrontational wing of the society. Every time now Pezeshkian fails to do something, it adds more to the strength of the position of those who want to openly resist and militarily resist. So, in a way, it's a good internal propaganda ploy having Pezeshkian there, as much as it was sitting and waiting for the Israeli to attack, and the Zionist targeting civilian infrastructure and doing all this attacks, infiltration attacks from inside the country, it galvanized anyone who was liberal, not not pro-imperialist, but liberal, who's sitting on the fence inside Iran. It galvanized them all to the side of the conservative position of confrontation within the country. So I think the internal solidarity in Iran is now better because it didn't attack first, and this will be true also in a next round, and it will even allow the military to be more aggressive in its attack on Israel because more people will be even more behind it.
I do understand that. And the first time I agree with you. I guess I leverage that or balance that against the number of lives lost when Israel, meaning I don't think Israel is going to attack at a time when Iran is at the strongest. I think it's going to wait until it gets some kind of quote unquote advantage before that attack takes place. And if they get the opportunity to have a decapitation strike on the government, we were just talking about Yemen and all of the people they murdered in the government of Yemen. They had no issue with it. And they had no issue with trying to murder the government of Iran. I guess for me, it's like, yes, the first time around that worked out. There was great political, let's say, benefits from it, despite the number of lives that were lost. How many lives lost are worth a potential like that the second time around? Because they will do the same thing. If they can kill the Ayatollah in a strike, they will. If they can kill the government in a strike, they will. And I guess I'm leveraging that versus, okay, do we sit here and allow that to take place? Israel has no issue attacking countries first. The U.S. has no issue attacking countries first. Why are these two countries the only ones that are effectively allowed to do that, with every other country having to sit by and accept and absorb the hit from that? I get it the first time. The second time around, the fact that they hit you the first time makes it very clear that they will do it again without any compunction. I hope you get my point. It's not, I don't think I'm advocating for it. I guess I'm asking most of the question of, why wait for something that you know is coming and that could actually hit you in a way that would be disastrous for the government itself, if you know that that attack is going to come and you're certain that that attack is going to come?
Look, I think it's important when we think about international relations and wars and so forth, to realize that for most states, its citizens are just a commodity, part of the, we cease to exist once we're talking about relations between states. It's only relations between sovereigns, and everything else is just a commodity as part of the wealth of the nation or its capabilities. So as long as the nation is there, everything is a part that you can use. And obviously there is no liberation without a sacrifice. That's the given. States and movements count the martyrs that they have in different ways. One way is to, it strengthens the position of a nation, the more martyrs it has given in a struggle. The other is that obviously in a state situation like Iran, everything is institutionalized. There's a never-ending amount of people that can fill these positions. It's 90 somewhat million people in Iran. It's not like a small movement or that will be dramatically affected with the loss of a few leaders. So, I mean, I know it's not that humanist to say this, but when we're talking about relations between states, humans don't count. There's only the sovereigns that exist.
Okay, it's when I have conversations with people in the Middle East. Look, I'm an American, right? There's this kind of heavy individualistic aspect, the streak that goes through America. And so, yeah, I know it's a different culture, so fair enough. But fair enough.
It's not really about culture. It's really about reality that you live, right? I mean, you take people that are from here and you drop them in the United States. You can see the Arab Americans, how docile they are, or how individualistic and so forth, right? It's really about the realities that you live. Here, you're living that, for instance, here in Lebanon, as an example, that every day there's attacks by the Israelis. Every day there's infiltration by the Americans, the French. Every day there's some Saudi prince that comes and craps on the whole country and walks out. Every day there's a Kuwaiti princess that is caught with tons of drugs in the airport and then released. Okay, so you know that the reality tells you here that there's no such thing as a state, and so therefore everyone here acts as a sovereign. Okay, they will face off with a cop and say, "Hey, motherfucker, I'm sorry to curse. You know who my cousin is? You know who my uncle is? All right." Now, this same Lebanese guy goes to the U.S. He's not going to speak in the same way. He's not going to behave in the same way because he knows there is a sovereign, whether we like Trump or not. He's a sovereign, and his police force and his intelligence have control of the country, and nobody can twist their arm to do something. Here, you just call your uncle, and your uncle calls his friend, and you're out of jail, right? This is how the reality is. So there's nothing cultural, but there's no real cultural difference. You were putting that video with Kaja, what's her name? Is Kaja?
Yeah, Kalis. Yeah, Kalis.
Kalis, right? And obviously, she's talking about these racialized concepts of what culture is, right? And there is no racialized intelligence, right? There's no culture that's good at basketball. Black people in the US, they're good athletes. They're good athletes. That's all they're good at. See, it's really weird, and we should, rid ourselves from this. And you were doing that. It's great stuff. Every culture has its potential to be the best in everything. Just the conditions force us into different things.
Agreed.
Agreed.
No, I agree with you. I do agree with you. And maybe probably that's the better way to put it. The lived experience is different, and the environment is different. I think environment creates reality. It's just, I just don't think that way. And I don't know how many Americans think that way. In the sense of, I was having a conversation with Miranda yesterday. And, I was pointing out, like, I don't want the Ayatollah to be killed. Of all of the people who make speeches, who make their point clear, he seems to be more right in the things that he's effectively saying. I don't want him killed. And Miranda's thing is kind of like, we have people who can take these positions if these people die. And it's like, that's horrifying to me. I do get it, though. I do get your point. It's like, it's the cost of freedom. It's the cost of liberation. The last thing I want to hit you with, Dimitri sent me a video. I think the chaos that took place on my channel. Dimitri gives a point of view. You're laughing. That stuff was just drama, man. Dimitri gives a point of view. And he makes this point of saying effectively that Russia and China should do more in regards to Gaza. That these are, if you're looking at countries that are this kind of new fulcrum of the world of sorts, that they need to exert themselves more on this issue. One of my other guests comes on after listening to it, takes great offense at this idea that China should do more. He has his reasons for it that I think he's been a bit hyperreactive on, but put that to the side. I understand his hyperreactivity, especially living in the States, being Chinese, living in America. And he loses it and goes full bore at Dimitri and full bore at this kind of point about, there is no inherent push under the Genocide Convention for states to act unilaterally and everything else. And that could be an argument, right? I mean, if you look at the convention, if you're looking at Article 1, Dimitri probably makes a stand on Article 1. KJ is probably making a stand on the other articles that allow states to effectively hide and not do anything if they don't want to. But Dimitri sent me the video that you and him had on this issue. Give me your take. Give me your take on this. I mean, is it a situation that China should do more? Is it a situation? Because from my point of view, all of these states should do more, not just one or two. And as I kept pointing out to KJ, nobody's picking on China. It's all of them, all of these European states that are complicit, all of these Gulf monarchs. They give all of these speeches, oh, how bad Israel is, while simultaneously you're having ships heading from Saudi Arabia with oil going to Israel. Turkey, Erdogan, who comes out, says Netanyahu is Hitler, and yet works with that Hitler to overthrow the government of Syria. So it's not like we're picking on China on this. If anything, we're pointing to all of the states, not just one. But since China got pulled out of this, give me your point of view on this in regards to other states and their ethical, legal, moral, imperative responsibility to act.
Well, first off, I think we go back to this concept of sovereignty, right? If we are honest with ourselves, Turkey is not a sovereign state. The Gulf countries are not sovereign states. They're all vassals of Washington. And in the world currently, there's very little sovereigns. You know, China is one of those sovereigns. Russia is one of those sovereigns. Iran is one of those sovereigns. Yemen is one of those sovereigns. It's doubt. You know, the Sahel Confederacy is one of those sovereigns, right? The rest of Africa, for instance, we could even argue that South Africa is almost a sovereign. It's not a full sovereign, right? So it's one thing to say the Saudis and the Qataris are collaborating and the Turks with Israel behind the scene. It's another to say that they have the ability to actually not collaborate. They're sovereign. They're not sovereigns. They're vassals. So if China and Russia want to sell this idea of multipolarity, then they should show how a sovereign acts. And no one until now is asking for China to intervene militarily or Russia to intervene militarily. That's a little bit maybe illogical at this point because they haven't moved anywhere close to that. But what is realistic is for China to use its economic weight. It is the number one partner with practically every country in Africa and Latin America. And it can say, I will not trade with anyone that trades with Israel. It is also I think the second largest trade partner of the Zionist colony itself. It can stop trade itself with the Zionist colony. It's not going to lose much money in comparison to its overall global trade, income. So, to say that China, which is one of the only sovereigns on this planet, it's enough for them to just talk at the United Nations and Security Council as an example of their solidarity with the Palestinians. That's a cop out. And I want to say that I think KJ, in a way, resembles the problematic realities of BT News. And I know I'm going to get you in bigger trouble right now. But BT News is a family-owned business of the Beckers, who have been kind of gatekeepers in the left progressive movement in the whole Northeast with their PSI and other initiatives where it's clear that they have a monopoly on these things. And BT News is, making $2.5 million a year. BT News, this is their income from monetization. It's out there for people to look at the RSI, the ISA, whatever the revenues agency.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I think it's clear they're problematic in these ways, right? And I know a lot of people in the northeast of the U.S. that were chased away from organizing spaces and so on by the PSI and the Beckers family. And if they want to be gatekeepers on this issue again, it's shocking to me, because the language that me and or Dimitri used when talking about China is very diplomatic. It's not attacking China. It is trying to help China match the words with actions, and without dragging it into a war. Honestly, if China just uses its economic weight, it could have the rest of the world sanction and boycott the Zionist colony, without pressuring, without changing anybody's trade issues, and it could incentivize other nations to have a boycott of the Zionist colony, and it's not using it. And to be attacked for saying such light things that are, light criticism. This shows you again a behavior of gatekeeping.
Yeah, I got to be honest, I didn't quite get it. It was extreme, hyperbolic. And I'm saying this as somebody who loves KJ to death, love him to death. I've known KJ for years, and I've never seen him that angry about something that seemed mild. And it wasn't even isolating to China. It was talking about China and Russia using their weight in this process. And I guess from his point of view, look, I think, to be honest, I don't know if this is a BT News thing. From KJ's point of view, living in the United States, there has been a consistent effort to demonize China. Meaning, you can look at the polling, where the polling over the course of the years of how do you regard China, how do you regard Chinese people, you see it tick down, down, down over the years as they've made these attacks. And then to go to the China virus, they're stealing our jobs, they're doing this, they're doing that. You've had attacks on people who are of Asian origin. Like African Americans, it can make you hyperreactive sometimes when you're confronting certain issues. And your view of it may not entirely be, let's say, it's clear-eyed. It makes you more aggressive in defense on some of the stuff. That's it.
I would understand this if it wasn't actually beneficial to Chinese image as better than Western powers. If China actually takes clear action in support of the Palestinian people, not just Saudi. Like, the whole world is already looking at China and saying, look at those amazing cities, look at this amazing public transportation system, all of these things. And, already talking down at the West, at their regression. And if we're all, the whole world is looking at the West, throwing away international law, human rights law, and so forth, this is actually a chance for China to take the lead on the issue of international law and human rights. Supposedly, China and Russia and BRICS are trying to preserve international law and international human rights, while the West is destroying them. Supposedly, Russia and China, through the the security system, the OIS that was just happening, the meetings, want to reform the international governing systems to make it more representative of people. Well, taking action, even if it's not militarily, to end the genocide in Palestine reaffirms the leadership of China and Russia on these issues. But what we are seeing right now is China and Russia, in reality, just adopting the same propaganda that the West has been doing for 30, 40 years about human rights and international law, while not taking action. So this is actually weakening China's and Russia's respect internationally, and making them sound as hypocritical as the West was 20 years ago. So anyone who loves China and wants the best for them should be, lobbying them to match their actions to their words in terms of international governance.
No, I do get your point. I totally get your point, and I don't disagree with that point. at all. I've had this conversation with him. I guess, I think from my point of view, these are realist countries. This is not an ideological point of view from these countries. They go with realist logic. And in their mind, China, they deal with everybody. So even, yes, we're technically working with the Russians, but we're also giving weapons or selling stuff to the Ukrainians that can be used for weapons to kill those same Russians that we're effectively working with. We're an open vendor to everybody, even though I get the argument, right? It's like, if you're making this argument that we're better, we're on the advanced edge of human rights. We're all of these things in regards to progression, whereas the West is supporting and backing and putting billions into a genocide. Well, we're going to take economic action to put pressure to stop it. No, the argument writes itself. I totally get it. I totally get the argument. I think from his point of view, it was more about the sense of narratives being created to kind of somehow put this as China's fault or China's responsibility, when really it's the Western nations that are the ones that are effectively backing, supporting, paying for, and giving moral cover to genocide. And I guess my thing was, dude, that's not what it is. That's not what's happening. People are pointing out that if China is this kind of superpower, and there's a superpower that making this argument for human rights, human progress, all of these things, you can put your money where your mouth is in real terms. No, I get it. I totally get it. And I don't disagree with you on this. Laith, you are awesome, man. You're awesome. And just to give the audience, I don't think I gave the bite. I think we jumped into the conversation as soon as you got here. Laith Marouf, award-winning multimedia producer, media policy law consultant, focused on issues of liberation, decolonization from indigenous nations to Arab peoples, and building broadcasting capabilities for misrepresented and underrepresented communities around the world. You can find him on Free Palestine TV, that's on Twitter, or freepalestine.video. Keep it up, man. Keep it up.
See you
Keep up
soon.
You have a good one. You be safe. Have a good one. Bye-bye. All right. Okay, good. Good conversation with Laith. They sent me the video prior with Dimitri and Laith having this conversation, so I actually wanted to get Laith's take on it directly. And look, he makes a good point. I guess it sucks. We go after U.S. behavior constantly. We go after any country's behavior, regardless of what that country is. When that country, let's say, goes beyond what we consider moral, ethical, legal, etc. bounds, or what we consider our norms, right? To me, countries are all legal fictions. They're issues of state. They may be civilizational, that's true, but those are just states. Any state can be criticized. And I don't even feel like this is all that hard criticism. Nobody is blaming China for the genocide that is firmly in the context of the United States, the West, who've been backing this, the Saudi governments, etc. And Laith makes this really good point about sovereigns, about, well, who actually has the capability of taking an independent action? Is it the Saudis? Is it the Gulf states? Is it the states in Europe who have lost their sovereignty long ago? Is it these countries of Africa, etc.? And the answer, I guess, on some level is no, they don't. They've lost their sovereignty as they give fealty and allegiance to the hegemon. I guess my take, ultimately, after listening to everybody's point of view on this, is that the statement of civilization, global governance that China put out, one of the last items, or the last item in that, was taking action. All right. That means something. That's not just words. Taking action. Nobody is making this argument that China and Russia should get into a military conflict in Gaza. Nobody made that case. Nobody postulated that in the least. What they're postulating is that the fact that you are the first largest vendor, if you're talking about just an individual state, but the second largest vendor, if you're talking about, let's say, the EU, that gives a certain amount of economic weight. The legal structure of the world has broken down. There is no such thing as international law. Don't argue to me about this notion that international law should be followed when 20% or more of the world doesn't care about international law, and that goofball Kalis has defiantly argued for rules-based order, which is something else other than international law. Don't give me that as a fig leaf. If indeed there's this BRICS, there's this counterbalance to the way that the West effectively functions in the world, if indeed that these countries are trying to, the SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS, the Belt and Road, that these governments are trying to come together to create a new multipolar world and a new counterbalance. Okay, well, one of those poles is murdering people in mass and starving those human beings in mass. And is doing so with going into country after country, wars and everything else. The question for this other pole is, what do they want to be in the way that they operate within the world? Nobody is blaming China for being the cause of something, but they are pointing out that at the point where you have now become a superpower on this globe, it is not insane for people to ask the question of, hey, you're working with genocidal monsters. Is that a good thing? Can you actually use some of the economic weight and leverage that you've developed and crafted within this relationship with these Nazis? Call it what it is. It's effectively working with the Germans in the Second World War. That you can use that to try to affect some positive change on the planet. Yay or nay? Me asking that question is not a bad thing. Me asking that question is not explosive. Me asking that question is not blaming China for causing the war. Me asking that question is just me asking that question because the question is legitimate. Dimitri wasn't wrong for asking it, nor am I wrong for asking it. Just saying. We have about 10 minutes. And the prayers have started. All right. Putin gave another Q&A session. In that Q&A session, one of the conversations came up about security guarantees. Listen to what he says here on the issue of security guarantees. And I'm going to shut this door so this is not as intrusive while he speaks. This.
Placement of the troops in Ukraine. Well, that was one of the root causes for the Ukrainians' desire to join NATO. So should there any troops be placed in Ukraine, especially now in the course of the military action, we would treat those as righteous goals for an attack, a righteous target that we will aim for. Should there be any arrangement that would allow us to achieve long-lasting peace, then I see no point for those troops to be positioned on the territory of Ukraine. As simple as that. If all the arrangements are achieved and the agreement is successful, no one should doubt that Russia would fully comply with the achieved arrangements. We shall treat the security guarantees with respect, and those are the security guarantees that have to be elaborated and work both for Russia and Ukraine. And just to reiterate, Russia will undoubtedly comply with those arrangements. But so far, nobody has discussed the security arrangements and assurances with Russia. Well, then all we have to do is wait. The time will show, I guess.
Now, just to be very clear, this is not a departure from what Putin had been saying prior. If European troops come into Ukraine, they will be legitimate targets. We will hunt them down and we will kill them. We do not have a choice but to do that. Putin didn't say the second part, but I am saying the second part. There's a logic to it. If you put 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 troops in Ukraine and nothing happens to those troops are nose under the camel's tent. And it makes the argument in this kind of experiential sense that Russia is not going to respond to your military being in Ukraine, which means you've called the bluff of Russia. By definition, in order to be consistent, they would have to hunt those troops down and kill them. Now, over and over again, Russia's been kind of making this point with some of the strikes that have been taking place. And there are a lot of dead Europeans as a result of their leaders doing stupid stuff like putting their troops in war zones. Here, a group of Danish combatants who have lost their lives for operating in Ukraine, a war zone, and apparently not taking the lesson to heart. They're not going to take anything to heart because these people are effectively now dead. Trigger warning. This is a group of Danish troops. As you notice, none of this stuff is labeled as anything other than military. So if you're looking at it, you wouldn't think of anything other than military. They're being watched, and they have been destroyed. They have been destroyed. Point made. Now, Europe can keep doing stupid stuff like this, or Europe can take the lesson to heart and call this nonsense a day. But they don't seem to be taking it to heart. And they are still trying to find a coalition of degenerates, or degenerates of the willing, that are willing to effectively go into Ukraine and die. That's what they're trying to do. And I would imagine, just like those people that have lost their lives, the Russians will oblige. Keep it up, Europe. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. One other thing with Kayla's, I want to go back to her for a moment. Part of the reason that she says stupid stuff like this is because, for all intents and purposes, there is seemingly an affinity for Nazis in Estonia. That's what it boils down to. In some weird respect, the Estonians consider the Nazis as freedom fighters. As I said, if all of us were together watching Downfall, all of us will be cheering when Hitler dies, when the Nazi regime falls and is completely destroyed. I don't get the sense that Kayla's would. I get the sense that she would go to the bathroom and cry silently. That's my take. Take a look at, I want to play this video one more time because this video is funny, and it's funny to me, but it's sad also that the Estonian education system is this bad and producing this horrendous outcomes. And I'm saying this as an American. If I can find the actual video there.
That Russia was addressing China, like you and like Russia and China, we fought the Second World War. We won the Second World War. We won the Nazism. And I was like, okay, that is something new. But then you can see, first you can, if you know history, then, it raises a lot of question marks in your head. But, I can tell you nowadays, people don't really read and remember history that much.
It's that last part that I love. Oh, it's so ironic. It's so beautifully ironic. These days, people don't really read. They don't really look at history that much. And when Xi Jinping said to Putin, hey, we won the Second World War, this is news to me in Estonia. This is news to me when they say that he won the Second World War. I mean, wow, I can't believe they said that. People just don't read today. People just don't read. Yes, Kayla. Yes, people just don't read. As I pointed out, 80% of the Nazis that lost their lives in the Second World War did so on the Eastern Front. Russia, China, combined, estimates of 45 million to 60 million gave their lives in order to beat back the Nazis and those degenerates from Japan. That's the reality of the situation. To make this clear, one of the things that came up, and I saw this, it was like, whoa, even today, this was 2024. 2024, this article came up. Estonia summer camp removes names of Nazi SS leaders from monument after Jewish group objects. Those Nazi leaders were being commemorated all the way up to 2024. 2024. Estonia, you have a Nazi problem. And Kayla's, when she talks, she makes it clear. She makes it very clear. Here's the other clip of Kayla's, which, again, super funny to me, even though I think she thinks she's spitting facts.
The Chinese are very good at technology, but they are not that good in social sciences. Versus, the Russians, who are not good at technology at all, but super good in social sciences.
And you are very pretty, but you are also very dumb. You're very pretty, but you're also very dumb. The idea that somebody from Estonia that makes waffles, if they make anything, is talking about Russia being bad at technology. Whether you're talking about artificial intelligence, whether you're talking about space technology, whether you're talking about weapons technology, aviation, aerospace, what are you talking about? Meaning, I'm trying to point out that all of these things Russia leads. There is nothing in Europe that even comes close. Russia leads in these issues. And yet, a country that may make waffles, if they make anything, is sitting here saying that. You're very attractive. You have very nice dress. You should not have microphones. Nobody should give you a mic. Nobody should give you a microphone. You're very attractive, but unfortunately, you're also very dumb. Let's go to chat real quick before Esteban comes on. Esteban is going to come on in like a minute. Let's see. I just came back from the Caribbean. Donald Trump committing extrajudicial killings in the region, and the Caribbean leaders nervously agree and fall in line. President Jafar, I was curious on how the leaders in the region accepted him murdering those people from Venezuela in a speedboat. Donald Trump claimed they were drug traffickers. We have to take a habitual liar's word for it. But there doesn't seem to be this outrage. And Esteban is going to come on and have a conversation about it. He works at the Cradle. The Cradle often covers news in that region of the world. I tried to get Camilla on. I wasn't able to get Reacher. But I did want to talk about it, so we'll talk about it today. Much respect, Jamal. It's an insane moment in history we're living through right now. I'm incredibly grateful for your perspective. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Blark. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Just to show you guys the video that we're referencing about the speedboat in Venezuela. It is, where is it? Oh, by the way, also this. I shouldn't be too hard on Kayla's. Shouldn't be too hard on her. I shouldn't be too hard on her. Radioactivity in drinking water in Estonia is among the highest in Europe. I shouldn't be too hard on her. I should not be too hard on her. Who knows what's taking place? Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? Let's go to the Venezuela thing. Esteban is going to be on in a moment. And so we can hit this running with him. If I can actually find the clip. God damn it, where's the clip? Where are you? Here we are. All right. This is a speedboat. Now, just as background, as you know, Donald Trump has sent several destroyers and several, or at the very least one nuclear-powered submarine. Apparently, there are 4,000 Marines. This is sitting off the coast of Venezuela. Now, Venezuela has reacted by activating a massive militia to help protect the country. That said, this took place, I believe it was either yesterday or day before yesterday, where a speedboat
appeared to be a drone view of a speedboat exploding. A U.S. military strike
11 people
on
on
an
the
alleged
speedboat.
drug boat from Venezuela killed 11 people Tuesday.
Drone is looking at this. Donald Trump posts this on his Truth Social, by the way. And Trump just murdered 11 people. Trump just murdered 11 people and bragged about it on Truth Social. That's amazing. Now, this is the president that's claiming he wants the Nobel Peace Prize. To be fair, and let's be honest for the moment, US presidents murder people all the time. What's taking place in Gaza is mass murder. I think the thing with this is individual up-close murder of various people. But Obama had a kill list where Obama would go through the kill list and murder people on that kill list using drones, which the majority of which would be civilians when he did so. So this is not some aberrant shift. This is in line with the way US presidents behave. I think the thing with this one is they're trying to make the argument, though, that this is drug trafficking, something that would most ideally be police action, has now been escalated to the level of military action, where they are now just murdering random people on a boat without any evidence. And you purely have to take the word of a habitual liar as rationale for it. And by the way, even if he was right, that doesn't justify the murder of 11 people in a boat without any kind of due process associated with it. Trump has no legal grounds, no legal authority to do this. He just claimed it. I want to bring in my guests. We are joined with the man himself, Esteban Carrillo. Esteban Carrillo, he is, if I can pull this up, there we are. He is an Ecuadorian journalist currently writing for The Cradle. He was previously with Telesur English. Esteban, how you doing, man? Long time no see. You doing okay?
Hey, Jamal. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm so glad to be back here. And yeah, I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
I am doing well, and I'm glad to have you back. There was a big question about what was Donald Trump doing with all of these military ships on the coasts of Venezuela. And not just what was he doing. It's like, okay, well, 4,000 Marines doesn't seem to be enough to invade Venezuela. So what is this? You have nuclear submarines, you have all of these military ships. What are you doing? Venezuela, of course, reacted rationally by nationalizing, or at the very least putting his military on alert. Mm-hmm. He called up a huge tens of thousand man militia in order to guard the country itself. And I think this culminated into the video that I just showed the audience before you got here about them murdering 11 people in a speedboat that a habitual liar, Donald Trump, is claiming were from drug traffickers, which we have no evidence of that in the lease. This is the footage that I'm showing the audience. People in the boat, 11 people. And drone is watching. And again, this is not leaked. Trump put this on his own Truth Social, bragging about murdering civilians.
I mean, this is the second time I remember in the past since his second term started that Donald Trump shares a snuff film on his social media. Just like this summary execution.
And both were civilians. The one in Yemen, he puts it on his Truth Social. The people were having a religious ceremony. Donald Trump murders all of those people and then turns around and says, look at these terrorists as that we've just killed. Those were people, I don't even think those people had weapons celebrating a religious ceremony.
They were people celebrating Eid, I believe, the end of Ramadan, and in this religious ceremony, standing in a circle. And now we have a repeat of the same, of this claim. We have to believe Donald Trump, the man who says one thing in the morning and then changes the story completely by the time the afternoon rolls around. The man who claims Jeffrey Epstein never existed, that he is a figment of our imagination or a Democrat DNC plot. The man who, what is happening with this situation in Venezuela is a regime change. It's the same. It's a expanded strategy of what we already saw during his first term. Remember, it's Donald Trump who names Juan Guaido president of Venezuela and then calls for the army to turn against the government. At the time, Marco Rubio, I believe he was a senator, he tweets this image of Muammar Gaddafi, bloodied and on the day of his murder. Kind of like drawing the parallel, right? And I feel like the situation is just kind of repeating itself now, just with more gunboats, right? More gunboats. Before it used to be just the mercenaries. Remember, or the operation Gideon operation, I think it was called, when these U.S. and Colombian mercenaries are caught by a bunch of Venezuelan fishermen trying to stage a coup, trying to kill Maduro. They set sail from Colombia. But now Donald Trump, this has been kind of telegraphed for a few months, right? Because as soon as he returns to office, one of the first things he does is declares cartels, drug cartels, as terrorist organizations, which is, such a slippery slope and such a misnomer in reality, because a terrorist group, they often have a political agenda, a political end, right? That's kind of what makes their actions terrorism. And depending on from which lens you look at them. But drug cartels, they're businesses, they're corporations. They are, they work with banks, they have legitimate businesses that work as fronts, and they are there for the profit. They're not like, drug cartels, and again, this is not like to whitewash the crimes of the drug cartels, but they're not really terrorist organizations, right? They are not like that's not how they operate, despite the bloodshed and the fact that we actually should be trying to dismantle them. But this is not the path, right? There are other ways, there are other agencies, there are other methods to fight drug trafficking. And by militarizing the Caribbean, where less, I think, like according to UN reports, we're talking that in the Caribbean, it's only about 14% of the cocaine that enters the US moves through the Caribbean Sea. And out of Venezuela's shores, you're talking about 5%, maybe. It's just like a very, very small fraction. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, because Marco Rubio, he's the mastermind, right? Rubio is the mastermind of what's happening right now in the Caribbean. He's in Ecuador. He's in Quito, where in Ecuador represents at this point about 80% of where the drugs come out. And the same, the coastal area between Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, you're talking about 83% of the cocaine that flows into U.S. shores. So if this had any, if Donald Trump and Marco Rubio had any actual interest in battling drug trafficking, and their only method were, deploying ships and Marines, then they would be in the Pacific. Then they would be in the Pacific Ocean, seizing or destroying, that's their preferred method, narco submarines. Because this little boat that we saw, first of all, carrying 11 people, why were there 11 people there, like, to traffic, cocaine? Wouldn't that make it the boat already too heavy to carry even more cocaine? Second of all, is this tiny boat, was it actually headed to U.S. shores from Venezuela?
We have no idea.
Do we know?
No idea.
Yeah, the U.S. leaders know the distance between Venezuela and the U.S. shores. And then, lastly, like I said, drug cartels today use submarines. They don't use these little boats anymore.
Yeah, who the hell is going on a boat from Venezuela to the United States? And you would think if you're going to do a trip like that, you're going to have a hell of a lot of cocaine or whatever drug you're using when you're taken to the United States.
It has to make it profitable, right?
Yeah, it has to be profitable. Otherwise, what is the point of that trip? Like, it makes no sense. None of this makes sense. What makes sense is you're engaged in a regime change operation. That's what you're doing. Full stop. It has nothing to do with drugs. It has everything to do about regime change. As you point out, Quito, Ecuador, which at this point is roving gangs and drugs all over the place, you would think that if you're going to go after anything, it would be that. It would still be illegal, but at the very least, it would make sense to the argument that is effectively being presented to the public. This makes no sense. It just doesn't. The other thing, Duterte is sitting in a prison cell right now for killing drug dealers. And Donald Trump just murdered drug dealers, supposedly under his model. Allegedly. I mean, we have no idea who these people were. These might have just been random fishermen for all we know.
I mean, the Venezuelan government is even saying this is an AI video. And also, we don't know.
We don't know. The AI thing, I saw that also. Trump is claiming it. He's effectively claiming an illegal act. Whether it's AI or otherwise, it's still weird. I mean, if it's AI, then you've lied on a massive effing level to the American public. Hundreds of millions of people. If it's not AI, you've committed an illegal act with no legal justification for it at all. And we have to take the word of a habitual liar as a justification for this taking place. It's either way, it's bad. What is the response to other governments in the region? I'm super curious about that. They can't be okay with this.
No, of course not. I feel like it's usually like a tale of two reactions, right? Like you have the subservient governments that are essentially an extension of the U.S. colonial administration, like Ecuador, like Peru, like Argentina, of course, And then you have that all of these governments are immediately falling in line, and accepting also this fabrication about the cartel of the sons, el cartel de los soles, that again, according to U.S. agencies and the UN and other organizations, they say the cartel de los soles is not really a hierarchical organization. It's not like, the cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, Sinaloa cartel, etc., like the Italian mafia, that you have an actual structure, an actual power structure. They say the cartel of the sons is actually like a corruption network. That's what is better described as a corruption network that involves elements within the Venezuelan military. And okay, I have many things in my mind. I'm trying to string them together. So the reaction from these governments, from the subservient governments, has been just, yes, we have to fight drugs trafficking, and yes, the cartel de los soles are a huge threat, just like the United States says, and we're glad that the military is here. Just completely rolling over, acting as they're wont to do, as the doormat. Just let them do what they must. And then you have the other governments, the other governments that are actually concerned with sovereignty, and in particular the Colombian government, right, of Gustavo Petro, who has been one of the most outspoken about what's happening, with good reason. Because the moment Venezuela is mired into a war, into a U.S. invasion, I imagine, then Colombia is also going to be mired in a war, because they share a very a large border with Venezuela, and the historical links. And Petro in particular is saying what is happening if these imperial powers are allowed to bring their wars to Latin America, we are going to become what Syria and Iraq are today. And he's completely on point, because the way we need to understand what's happening in the Caribbean right now, it's Washington in their attempt to stifle China's deals in the region, their kind of entry into the region, and to keep control of what they like to call their backyard, is essentially transplanting the war on terror, the global war on terror, from the Middle East to Latin America. And this is why you had at the beginning of this term of Donald Trump, the declaration that now drug cartels are terrorist organizations, because that opens the door completely for the U.S. president to use the same emergency laws that were approved post 9/11 that have allowed for every single invasion and war since then, in which the U.S. has been involved, especially obviously in the Middle East. Now you can use it, in Mexico, you can use it in Venezuela, you can use it in Ecuador. These laws that were approved during the Bush administration, and they are just they continue to be reused to this day. It was just 2 years ago that Matt Gaetz, right, the congressman, he tried to have the 2003 authorization for the use of military force to be repealed, and he failed. He tried to get he also tried to get troops from Syria removed, and he failed. And it's obviously because they know that this tool is pretty invaluable for the business of war, because war is a business. The United States doesn't fight wars to defeat an enemy, for peace, I don't know, and any of the things that they say. They fight wars because it's such a great way to launder money. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Ukraine, right? And now in Venezuela, what they can do is they're going to try to do what they try to do in Syria, or what they try to do in Yemen, if they move forward with it. Because I still feel that's a bit up in the air. I feel like Donald Trump, is like he does with the tariffs, that he imposes them one day and then the next day he gives waivers or removes them. I feel like this war is still kind of like Schrodinger's war, right? Like, we don't know until we open the box if he's actually going to be ready to do it or not. But, the question remains.
Yeah, the Schrodinger's cat thing. It's like, is the cat dead or alive? We don't necessarily know.
Until we open the box, right?
Yeah. It's like, but what if you put a human in the box? Then what?
Then you put a country in the box.
Right. Because what they're trying to get at with that's I thought. There's a secondary component to the Schrodinger's cat thing. Mm-hmm. I forget the exact name of it, but it was like, okay, what if you put a human in the box? Is it that you don't know what's happening until you open the box? But does the human know what's happening in the box? And you can keep doing that, like more and more boxes where there's this kind of dead and alive space. They're trying to show the oddity of this particular experiment, because it's the cat and observer, in this case, dead or alive.
Exactly.
Until you open up. I'm sorry. It's nothing to do with any of this. I'm sorry. Brazil is interesting to me. Colombia, yes, took a very strong stance on this. But from my understanding, Maduro and Lula have a complicated history that I don't fully understand. Do you know what goes on between these two? I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Lula was the reason that they weren't allowed into BRICS. Venezuela wasn't brought into BRICS.
It's complicated.
And just real quick, before I get to that, maybe the question should ask is, why Venezuela? The United States has been trying to get his hands on Venezuela going all the way back to Hugo Chavez. And if you remember, Chavez was apparently nearly killed. And it was the protests and everything else that effectively saved his life. But that Chavez, Bolivarianism of sorts has been a strong strain of Venezuela. At one point, Venezuela was taking a hit because of the sanctions that was being applied. But they've seen an upswing in the oil production, the use of that oil. You've seen investment between China, Russia, et cetera, that has given Venezuela a new life. Why Venezuela? Why is this such a full court press on Venezuela? I know Marco Rubio is a deranged lunatic coming from Cuba, but beyond deranged lunatic, psychopath, Rubio, why are they so interested in going after Venezuela?
Rubio, is a perfect example of the Cuban American who says the communists took away my grandparents' plantation and all of their slaves, so we hate communism.
Right.
Okay, so why Venezuela? I mean, the easy answer here is their oil reserves, right? Venezuela sits atop the world's largest oil reserves, and we know at this point that the United States has essentially given up on new energies, and it's just kind of focused solely now on hydrocarbons, on fossil fuels. Why they bombed the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to make sure that that Europe is, forever subservient to their energy production. I think it also, like I said, that's kind of the easy answer, the oil, right? But I feel like there's more complicated elements at play here. And for one, it's the presence or the growing presence of China in Latin America. In Venezuela, obviously, the country that has been the most involved, not just with China, with Russia, of course, with Iran as well, with the multipolar world, right? Like Venezuela, because of the sanctions, because of the isolation, because of the fact that they are treated as like this demonic regime, because they see, they choose to have their own form of government, and they have, defended the revolution throughout so many years, just like Iran, just like, North Korea, etc. They represent something, right? I feel like they represent something, and like I say, they are kind of like the ones that are at the forefront of working with the unipolar world order. As far as your question about Brazil, Brazil is a very interesting topic, because in Brazil you essentially have two states. You have the government, right? The government in Brasilia, and then you have Itamaraty, which is the foreign ministry, the foreign ministry of Brazil, which has historically been more aligned with the interests of the US. So what happened at the BRICS summit a few months ago, or I think it was last year, when Brazil blocks Venezuela from joining, blocks Venezuela from joining the BRICS, it was more of a foreign ministry decision. It was more like the foreign minister kind of came in and with the decision that was made, obviously thanks to the handlers of the US and the interest, to protect the interests of the US. And Lula is kind of a bit of a hostage of his own government, of this situation that Brazil always finds itself in. And nevertheless, I feel like also this is why I haven't actually heard that much from Brazil about like what's happening in the Caribbean. Obviously,
wait. Lula is a hostage?
In a way, because like I say, there's a state within a state in Brazil. The foreign ministry kind of works on its own. They are not, the Brazilian government, the central government, works with them. There's not so much, gives them orders. So Lula has kind of like to always be looking over his shoulder. I mean, this is a man who just spent, 2-3 years in prison over completely trumped up charges. And it was the U.S. Department of Justice that was directing this investigation, that was directing the prosecutors, that was, literally telling them what to do, how to do it, which evidence to present. This was all revealed in the who was it that revealed it? I don't know if it was
documents.
Yeah, like the Lavajato, the car wash that ended up being just like a big lawfare operation controlled by the U.S. Department of Justice. So Brazil is a very compromised country internally. And like Colombia also. Colombia is a complicated subject because you're talking about a country that still has 7 U.S. bases inside its territory.
Mm-hmm.
So these governments, if they don't want to face like immediate removal or ousting or like a military coup, they kind of have to play ball with both sides, right? And they constantly face threats. Like now, Donald Trump is sanctioning judges in Brazil,
right,
for like persecuting his personal friend Jair Bolsonaro. Meanwhile, Petro in Colombia is also facing attempts, at removing him. It's like, think about the media, right? Like how the corporate media works to always be like inflaming tensions and promoting whatever that the U.S. State Department requires. This is like, the constant war in our countries. It's like a constant internal conflict against meddling, against intervention. And this is why when you have a country like Venezuela or Nicaragua or Cuba that have internally eradicated that, right? They expelled USAID years ago. They, shut down NGOs that help, form back color revolutions, etc. Same with Iran, same with Russia, same with China. What's left while you leave the U.S. empire is brute force, sanctions, which, the Lancet just a few weeks ago published this study that said U.S. sanctions over the past 10 years have killed 564,000 people per year.
Yeah.
And so that's a weapon of war. Tariffs are a weapon of war. But now, obviously, the actual weapons of war are now off the Venezuelan coast because the United States wants to keep control of its backyard. It's the same reason why they're threatening Canada with becoming the 51st state. The same reason why they're blackmailing Europe for tariffs and to pay, to buy missiles for Ukraine. It's just this. It's the moment we are living in which the United States, it's very much aware. Donald Trump said it this week that if the tariffs fail, the United States is going to become a third world country. And I would say the United States, regardless of tariffs, is already on the way there. It's a country on the route towards underdevelopment, and they know that. They are quite aware of that. So, they still have like a very strong military force, although nothing compared to China after this week's parade. But they can cause a lot of damage, in particular, like I say, in their backyard.
I agree that tariffs are an act of desperation. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, and we don't even know if the Trump administration is going to be able to keep those tariffs going. The appeals court just upheld a lower court ruling that those tariffs are illegal. I mean, for fuck's sake, the president of the United States came out and said, I need to do this because it's an emergency. The purse strings belongs to Congress. So the notion that the president is putting tariffs on all of these places is nonsense. It's a power that he just wished up out of the blue. Claiming emergency declaration authority. How is it an emergency to use tariffs to go after Brazil because you don't like the fact that they're prosecuting Bolsonaro? Like, meaning the things that you're doing with these tariffs is making it very clear that this is not an issue of emergency, which is what the appeals court and the lower court is pointing out. Like, dude, this is not an authority that you have at your disposal. And B, even if it was, claiming it's an emergency to do the things that you're doing is nonsense. So there's that. It's not trillions of dollars. It's like $159 billion that the United States may even have to pay back to the countries or to, let's say, the vendors that they took that money from. And there's a secondary question of whether or not the U.S. will be sued by consumers who had to pay taxes or pay those taxes if indeed this gets struck down in court. So, yeah, I would imagine Donald Trump is terrified that this is going to get taken away. On the other front to Brazil, Lula is a member of BRICS. Donald Trump has been doing everything in his power to go after BRICS countries and has been using any fig leaf at his disposal to do so. And I guess my thing is, Lula is openly calling to abandon the dollar. How is this more extravagant or aggressive than allowing Venezuela into BRICS? I understand your point that Lula is always looking behind his back. Fair enough. I accept that. Who is going to go after Lula? Go ahead.
No, you make a valid point, and I think like it speaks to the fluidity of the situation, and also like that give and take, right? There's obviously a give and take within Brazil.
Yes.
The idea of BRICS, of like Donald Trump going like in this kind of holy war against the BRICS, I think is also very apparent, like in India, in the way they're treating India, which all of a sudden is facing tariffs that are higher than even China. And like Modi, I feel like you could see it in his face at some point, just kind of like the shock, like, why are they doing this to me exactly? And it's like, oh, come on, Modi, it's obviously because you're brown, it's obviously because you're Indian, like they look down on you, they look down on every one of us. But yeah, so the thing with Brazil and the de-dollarization, I also feel like it's also it's a topic that we love to talk about, obviously, because it's very interesting, but it's something that is also like way down the line, right? Like this is not something that's going to happen this year, or maybe within the next couple of years they will like finally establish the framework and etc. And it takes a while to get this ball rolling. And it's not just Lula, right? Because Lula, yes, he has kind of taken this flag, but he's not the first, and he's not the one that is doing it kind of the loudest, right? I feel like China is the one that is really leading these charts. They are the ones about talking. Like, look at what happened this week at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization.
Yeah.
Like, this is a security alliance, the SCO. And all of a sudden, you're talking about economic development. You're talking about, they are signing all of these deals that don't really have much to do with security. Like, in a way, China presented it as a bit of an extension to the BRICS, the SCO, with the same goals. They were talking about an investment fund. Now they're talking about countering the power of the IMF and the World Bank. And due to Trump's, and you know what, I always like to say this, we haven't even been 1 year into Trump's presidency. Like, we're still only like 9 months, less than 9 months, I think.
Ain't that crazy? It feels like we've been, yeah.
It feels like it's been like a couple of years at this point, and it's not. It's been like not even 9 months. And I feel like the fact that he has been so aggressive, like so unbelievably aggressive, with his whole peace through strength, and I'm gonna blackmail everybody in the world to pay me to do business with me, has forced other nations to take a tougher stance. And I feel like Lula has recognized this, right? Like, Lula has been a world leader for decades at this point. Like, this man knows what he's doing. And even though like he will always find a roadblock within his own government, like I say, the foreign ministry kind of like acting on its own volition, he still knows what he needs to say, like how to get popular support behind him. Like his speeches a few months ago, in which he said like no gringo is going to tell a Brazilian how to spend his money.
Yes.
And then he's wearing like the hat that says like Brazil first or something like that. But like I said, it's not just these leaders that are doing this. You have also, for example, the ASEAN nations in Southeast Asia that have been talking about de-dollarization since at least 2023. And they are very quietly moving towards it, because nobody in Southeast Asia wants war. Absolutely no one wants war. Only the United States, maybe possibly the Philippines, like they might be, their little forward operating actor there. But nobody else wants war. And I feel like in Latin America, it's the same. Like, you have to be, honestly, you have to be really stupid, really, really stupid, and like really ignorant of history. And that's just like recent history, to be like, yes, I want an invasion in my shores of the US Army. Like, my God, just look at Iraq, look at Syria, look at Afghanistan, look at what they're doing in Gaza. Like that's happening right now. That's happening in this moment. Donald Trump bombs a tiny ship claiming there's 11 terrorists on board just 3 months after he lifts the terror designation from Al-Qaeda in Syria. Yep. And removes the bounty from the now, the so-called president, the former ISIS commander, Abu Muhammad al-Julani, who's going to the UN in just a few days. Yesterday, Marco Rubio from Quito, in the same day that he says that Venezuela sponsors terrorism and it's not a government, it's a drug cartel, he signs off on sanctioning 3 NGOs, 3 Palestinian human rights organizations, for providing evidence to the International Criminal Court to using their probe against war crimes committed in Gaza. Yep. International law to these people doesn't exist, and not just international law, even the most basic of laws do not exist anymore. They are acting like true barbarians.
Yeah, agree. I keep saying international law doesn't exist. I keep saying it, and people will come on the show, international lawyers, and they would cringe at me saying it. And I think I get China's, Russia's, and many of these countries' basic argument that it's like, look, we may be in the law of the jungle, but for all intents and purposes, an argument is being made across the world. And that argument is being made by the people who care about norms, meaning countries are equals. We're not going to invade. We're not going to, unilaterally go after these other countries. You will be safe when we are safe. There are these countries, and then there are the barbarians. They're the rogue actors, the rogue states. This is a Cold War, but this is not a Cold War as it was with the Soviet Union. This is a new Cold War where you have a naked hegemon that is effectively demanding fealty and allegiance. And you have other actors who are saying, look, come over to our side. We're not going to treat you that way. We're not going to engage that way. We will have rules of law. And keep in mind, the rules of law are, for the most part, for countries that need them. Like if you're Russia, you can defend yourself. If you're, Timbuktu, less so. I'm not confident in the Timbuktu military to take on a hegemon, right? And so those laws are there for countries that require those laws, that can't build these massive militaries in regards to defending themselves against hegemons or rogue actors. So I get the argument that's being made, but that's the argument that's being made. That's the idealism.
Mm-hmm.
Function accordingly. There is no such thing as international law. One last point about Venezuela before we switch. Maduro recognizes that his government is under threat.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you that the issue that the U.S. has, there's oil, but it's not just the oil.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. It's Russia, China, and it's the inroads that Russia and China has made. There was this map in this video that was showing Chinese influence across the world and American influence, and how you can literally see the red taking over Africa, taking over South America, the ports that they've just built. I forget which.
I always forget the name, but yes, the port in Peru, that is huge.
Peru.
It's this massive infrastructure project.
Massive infrastructure port. And let's be honest, that's not going to just stay in Peru. That port is ordered to fund all of South America. It's not just one individual country. It's going to be all of those countries where those goods are going to flow through. The U.S., a hegemon, is getting freaked out and desperate. And it feels that Venezuela seems to be its gateway into that region somehow. If they can overthrow that government, they can gain some kind of leverage over oil, minerals, gold, whatever Venezuela has, because it has a huge amount of it under there.
Rare earth minerals, right? That's a new...
Yep. And Venezuela's gotten better at exploiting those resources. That's the other thing. It's one thing when you had sanctions where you can destroy the economy of the country. It's another thing when the country is crawling out of those sanctions and is now using that oil for the benefit of Venezuela. Like Syria. Let's do Syria, for example.
Mm-hmm.
When they could basically take down the Assad government by draining resources, by stealing the oil, the energy, the wheat, etc., that had massive implications for the ability for the Syrian government to maintain itself. The same thing was true for Venezuela. Venezuela was at its weakest when those sanctions took effect and they weren't able to exploit the resources of the country. That's changing. The U.S. knows it's changing. And it seems like there's a pressure for them to act before it gets to the point where Venezuela becomes self-sufficient or sufficient in their own work in coordination with Russia and China.
Exactly.
That's my thought. Give me a take on that. I mean, do you think that's too...
No, I think you're correct, because I really do feel like the U.S. government is acting like they're racing against the clock.
Yes.
That's why all of a sudden the Trump second term feels like it's been 2 years already. It's nonstop. It's really like this nonstop barrage of decisions that are shifting, helping shift the global polls, right? Like all of a sudden, it's like China, in particular China. They, since Donald Trump came to office, well, let's be honest, since the Joe Biden presidency, all they've had to do is just kind of sit back and watch the self-destruction, of their self-proclaimed biggest enemy, and to your point about Venezuela has endured some of the worst sanctions that we have ever seen, right? Probably second only to Syria and Russia, right? But then Russia was kind of pretty quickly to undermine them. But Venezuela, but Venezuela, thanks to the help of Iran, in particular, obviously China as well.
That's right.
But I say Iran in particular because Iran was instrumental in kind of teaching Venezuela the methods of how to overcome sanctions, in particular the sanctions against the oil, like for example, the ship-to-ship transfers that Venezuelan and Iranian vessels have been doing for years. That, you know, like the oil tankers switch off their transponders, and then somewhere in the high seas they have a transfer of their oil to another ship that will go on to China, or they will go on to wherever else to be sold. And this is what they call like the ghost fleet, right? There's a ghost fleet in the oceans of these ships that are overcoming sanctions. This is how Iran has been doing it for years now. This is how Venezuela has been doing it. Iran also instrumental in helping Venezuela rebuild its oil refineries over the past several years. Iranian engineers have been there, you know, like helping Venezuela all of a sudden boost their oil production. So the United States, and in particular this government of Donald Trump, that really just like seems to always act from the gut, sees that Venezuela is overcoming the sanctions, right? And this is something that was like such like something we knew was going to happen eventually, that economic sanctions, the moment they fail in their main objective, which is to create enough popular unrest to lead to a regime change, it failed in Venezuela, it failed in Iran, it failed in Russia, and now Venezuela overcoming these sanctions. What's the next step? Is brute military force, because that's all they have left, and that at some point that's all they're gonna be left with, because like this tariff war is gonna fail, like it's gonna blow up in his face very badly, be it of what you were talking about earlier, you know, like they might be struck down within the course in the US, or simply by the fact that countries are not going to cut their trade ties with China. Like, you have to be a really, really subservient, you know, colonial government, like the one in Ecuador, the one in Peru, the one in Argentina, to be willing to do that, right? If Marco Rubio, for example, today or yesterday, he was in Ecuador, many people say it's, of course, because of the Venezuela thing. I think it has more to do with the China thing, with the fact that just the first trip abroad that the president, Daniel Noboa, did since being reelected was to China, to ask for money, obviously, right?
Really?
Yes, and that doesn't really sit well, obviously, with the US, right? Like, this is about China. At the end of the day, this is about China. The oil, the rare earth minerals, etc., they are just kind of like the icing on the cake, right? But at the end, what the United States wants to do is stop China to continue to, you know, grow its influence, grow its presence in Latin America. And like, just to go back quickly to that poll that you were mentioning, I remembered, like, you know, there were also questions about sentiment, like the sentiment of the people towards, like, do you prefer to work with the US or do you prefer to work with China? And that has shifted completely. Like, now a majority of the global population say, I'd much rather work with China. And, you know, you may love, you may hate the Chinese Communist Party, feel however you feel, but they don't start wars. They don't come and like bomb hospitals and like, you know, spread like drug plantations across your country like they did in Afghanistan or like they did in Colombia. They don't sanction you like just out of the blue. Today I'm gonna sanction you. Today I'm gonna blackmail you. They may, you know, many questions may exist about the role of how China, you know, provides money or whatever, you know, like there's always, like in geopolitics, we almost remember that there's no friendships. There is interest. There's interest, and interest, you know, prime above all. And China has its own interest as well. But like I say, they don't go and start bombing countries or sanctioning people or like, you know, blocking visas for delegations to go to the UN General Assembly. The kind of these violations of international law that, or just like basic law that have become commonplace, like a daily occurrence and almost hourly occurrence from the US government. So anybody, you know, with a couple of working brain cells looks at this and says, this is not right. And they are going to come after me. And I feel like that's the situation now with India, right? Like India has become that perfect example of a very close U.S. ally that all of a sudden is in the crosshairs. Why? Because they've been buying Russian oil that the Europeans are then buying themselves. It's you know, it's a new world order, but at the same time, it's kind of like it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy what Donald Trump is talking about here, right? Like the U.S. is going to fail if the tariffs fail. It's like, well, Donald, it's just a matter of time. Because the way forward for the world, and everybody's noticing this, is cooperation, right? It's like a rising tide, right, lifts all ships. it's not domination. Like, domination is the way of the past, and everybody's realizing that.
Yeah, I think they're losing that argument. I really do. I mean, who the hell wants a hegemon? A naked one at that? Like, who turns? Europe, maybe, like they're vassals, but maybe. But most countries feel some kind of way when their sovereignty is being breached, especially in this kind of overt, in your face, ripping the mask off fashion. It's just wild.
Yeah, like outright blackmail mafia tactics. That's what this is.
It is. No, it really is. I want to move to Gaza before. What time is it? Okay, we have a few minutes. I want to move to Gaza before I let you go. They have been leveling. Like, look at this. This came out today. Now, of course, the plan at this point is very clear: to steal the land, evacuate, murder, or get rid of the people. Now, if you can notice at the bottom, those are tents. They're bombing tents, just tents, just people who are in tents. And they've been doing this day after day after day, killing 50 to 100 people daily. Okay. And what's wild about it, they've made killing to 150 people every day normal. You can look at it
almost, right?
Yeah, it's very bizarre. Yeah. And we just watch. And it sucks being, an American, knowing full well that your government doesn't just back it, put money into it, tries to give political cover to it, went to the ICJ and argued that Israel has the right to starve 2 million people, if that's what Israel wants to do. That is an astonishing thing and a humiliating thing. It should be shameful. But as you pointed out, these people are barbarians. They're, the monsters. And the way that they effectively operate, they would shake a head chopper's hand. They would welcome that head chopper to the UN. I'm super curious about that speech. Yeah, I chopped heads in my youth, but as I've gotten older, I've decided, that it's impolite, and I've gotten carpal tunnel from chopping heads. What is that speech going to be, right? And yet, you have all of these European governments, U.S. governments backing this monster. And we are doing the exact same thing in regards to backing another Nazi-inspired Holocaust that is taking place effectively in Gaza. Do you see this changing? I mean, yeah, the perspective of the world has changed, obviously, in regards to the citizens. But do you see any of this changing in any material way in the near future?
The situation on the ground, you mean, like the actual, what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza? I highly doubt, honestly. I highly doubt. Like, the only way this is going to change is if it, like, internally, the army, there's like a revolt in the army, because the Israeli army is pretty fed up. And here's, important to highlight, they're not really fed up with, like, massacring Palestinians. They're fed up with the fact that they are repeatedly being sent into Gaza without an actual goal, right? Like, there's still like a few captives alive inside Gaza, and there's no attempt to save them. Remember, who was it? Smotrich or Ben-Gvir a few weeks ago, he said, like, the primary goal in Gaza are not the captives, it's like the destruction of Hamas. And we know at this point that Hamas essentially translates to any living being inside the strip, journalists, doctors, children, pregnant women, etc. Everyone's Hamas. So I feel like it's really not gonna change unless there's like enough reservists refuse to go back into Gaza, and unless there's an actual concerted movement to stop fueling this war machine. Obviously not with the weapons, because they're gonna keep coming. The US is gonna make sure of that. But of the manpower, right? Like the Israeli army a few weeks ago was talking about possibly drafting people from the US and France, like, Jews from the US and France, to come fight in Gaza, because the reservist crisis is starting to really bite. So I feel like if that happens, if there's that could actually put a stop to it. But like a decision, like a ceasefire, no. Like, I feel like the Israeli government at this point is very clear that they have no interest in a ceasefire, right? And this has been the case since the beginning. Like, Netanyahu has sabotaged every single attempt at a ceasefire. But now, for example, 2 days ago, Hamas said, we again stress our position that we are willing to liberate all of the captives for a comprehensive ceasefire. And they list their demands, right, which include unimpeded entry of aid, the withdrawal of Israeli troops, allowing Palestinians to return to their where their homes used to be, and reconstruction, etc. But Israel, what they say is, we want all the captives and we want you to disarm. That's the only way that there's going to be a ceasefire. And why do they want them to disarm? It would be, truly foolish to believe that this government that has been carrying out a Holocaust for 2 years and laughing all the way through it and lying all the way through it is going to be, respectful of any deal, or saying oh, okay, you lay down your arms. Okay, yeah, we will stop bombing you. We will stop killing you. You'll just make things easier for them at the end of the day. And that's kind of the catch-22 that Lebanon also finds itself in, right? It's just this thing just waiting to fall on top of their heads. So I don't see any way to stop. It's the UN resolution, the whole we're going to recognize the Palestinian state. Okay, I guess that will make Macron and whoever else make really good about themselves. It's not going to change the reality, because Israel is already, Smotrich just a couple of days ago was saying that they were already drafting plans to annex 82% of the West Bank in a de facto manner. We know that Gaza is getting prepared for the eventual settlement. I don't know if you must have seen this Washington Post report about the AI-driven city of the future, the plans that the Boston Consulting Group and the Tony Blair Institute have been drafting to, expel Palestinians, massively pay them off with $5,000, give them some token, digital token, some weird NFT that then they will be able to, years down the line, supposedly be able to exchange for an apartment in this futuristic city that is going to be, the Jewish Dubai. It's, man, at this point, the world has proven, and, and part of my French, they don't give a shit. The world has proven that. World leaders across the board have proven that. You have very, very few exceptions. Yemen, truly, as far as governments go, the only exception. And then you have the people, right? You have, for example, the people in the Sumud flotilla, who are right now, bravely sailing to Gaza, even though the Israeli authorities have already said, we're going to jail you where we jail the terrorists, which is, these torture camps around the Gaza envelope. So there's no pressure to stop them. There's no sanctions. I mean, the United States just blocked the visas of the Palestinian Authority, an organization that has for decades worked to perpetuate the occupation and to help and to collaborate with the Israeli military services. They get blocked. Why? Because they are calling for the ICC to investigate war crimes in Gaza, because they've been aiding into these investigations, the same thing that they did for these 3 NGOs just yesterday. So no matter what, it really feels like Israel is going to get away with this, with their goal. And I feel like when they're going to face confrontation again is when they continue with their plans for Greater Israel, right? Netanyahu, I think he was at the CPAC or at the Newsmax conference, some far-right conference in the US, or speaking. And he said he speaks now openly about Greater Israel. This man thinks he is a religious, like a messiah. He thinks of himself as the person who's going to bring Greater Israel into being, and the prophecy that the Messiah is going to return in the land of Israel. This is religious fanaticism, man. But to do this, of course, they need to take Lebanon. They need to take a huge chunk of Syria. They need to take chunks of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, essentially Jordan as well in its entirety. And at that point, I wonder, will Arab governments react? Will they finally react, or will they do as they do now and just roll over like the nice little dogs that they are?
I guess that's the operative question. I mean, because Greater Israel goes through some of those governments. Those
entirely, yeah, from the Nile to the Euphrates.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, parts of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, that is the question. How many of these governments are going to be taken down? And see, that's the other part, right? It's like Saudi Arabia providing oil, Turkey providing oil, missing the fact that if Israel can accomplish this objective of taking down opposition governments, they are next. They're next. And so, yeah, that is the question, Esteban, and I don't have an answer to that. As for Israel winning, I don't know. I've heard different points of view on that. I mean, some points of view kind of, let's go with the messianic thing for a bit. Mm-hmm. Netanyahu speaking openly about Greater Israel. Is that a problem? I mean, it's one thing if you're hiding the ball and you're just pretending, oh, we're fighting terrorists, we're fighting terrorists. When it becomes clear, though, that no, we are actually literally trying to ethnically cleanse and murder all of the people that are in Gaza, and the West Bank will be next after that. And we're going to build big, beautiful high rises, and we're going to move further into Lebanon and take parts of Lebanon. Okay, you're openly boasting about this project of invading, killing, ethnically cleansing, and murdering large numbers of people. Is that too much? Or does the world really not care? I mean, I think governments are realists. Realist governments may not get involved until it affects them. If that's true, maybe you're right.
I mean, for example, China, they are in control of the port of Haifa for like the next 30 years. They have a deal to control the port of Haifa. So it's not really, like I said a few minutes ago, in geopolitics, there's only interest. And sadly, aiding the Palestinian people to not be massacred, there's no geopolitical advantage. There's nothing to earn. There's nothing to win from that, right? Besides just being on the right side of history, besides doing what's right, there's nothing else. And I feel like, for example, with the flotilla, right? Like I feel like this thing with the flotilla, it really exemplifies how world leaders have failed, because it shouldn't be civilian vessels that are sailing to Gaza. It should be navies. It should be an actual, coalition of navies taking aid into Gaza. This is their not their right. This is their obligation under international law. When there's a genocide happening, you have, as a state, the obligation to find a way to stop it, or at the very least, to lessen the suffering of the people. So, I think there's also, as far as the messianic idea, there's also the what do they call it? The 80-year curse. I don't know if you are familiar with that. That's something that Israeli leaders talk about pretty often. Actually, they talk about it. And this idea that no Jewish state has been able to survive for more than 80 years, since the days of, like King David and all of that, what their Torah tells them. And that this is something that, for example, Ehud Barak or I forget their names, but like other Israeli leaders have written about in the few years before the genocide in Gaza, because in the years leading up to the genocide in Gaza, Israel, it wasn't exactly in good shape politically, socially. This was a country that in the span of 5 years had 3 different governments.
Right.
That couldn't, last for more than a year before collapsing under the weight of their own decisions, or of their own crisis. Remember the judicial overhaul protest. Remember because Netanyahu comes into office already with this plan to tear down institutions, right, and to centralize all of the power into the Knesset, which is controlled by himself and his band of, Jewish supremacist lunatics, to, de facto annex the West Bank, to tear down Al-Aqsa Mosque, to do what they're doing in Gaza eventually. And there's opposition to this, obviously, right? Because in Israel, there's also this idea that they are actually the only democracy in this region, which is hilarious, because first of all, you guys are committing a Holocaust, and everyone is completely okay with it. You've seen the polls when they ask them if there's any innocent people in Gaza. It's like 90, 80 something percent say no, there's no innocent in Gaza. And then you also have now I feel like the genocide in Gaza has kind of like compounded this crisis a lot, and it's not talked about openly much anymore, because there's this idea that there has to be unity. We have to present a united front. But inside, for example, with the reservist crisis, the army has been trying for more than a year to draft the Haredim, the ultra-Orthodox, into the army, because the ultra-Orthodox have this deal that if they are studying in yeshiva schools, like these religious schools, they don't have to serve in the army, because in Israel, conscription is compulsory. So now, because of the crisis that they've already been facing for a while now, they're like, we need to get like these ultra-Orthodox into the army. And the ultra-Orthodox rabbis are telling their students, you get the draft order, you tear it up, and you don't go. It's like the answer, the compliance with the conscription orders for the ultra-Orthodox stands at like 4%. It's like the absolute minimum have actually, stood up and said like, yes, I will fight for my promised land. The rest are like, no, we're good. So you have, that crisis. You have the economic crisis. I feel like sometimes is a bit blown out of proportion. Because at the end of the day, man, like, is Israel ever really going to run out of money when they get like all of this free cash from the US? And then you consider, you know, like all of these Zionists who are in control of banks and like BlackRock and like the tech companies. It's like, if Israel's going to run out, Israel's going to run out of people before they run out of money. Like, I feel like at some point that also is a bit blown out of proportion. Then what else? Like, you have also just like the radicalization of this society, right? Like the persecution of Arabs, the fact that they're justifying a genocide, etc. You know, like all of these things. And well, then you have the global reaction to it. Look at what happened. I think it was at the Venice Film Festival when this movie, The Boys of Hind Rajab, premieres, and it gets a 22-minute standing ovation. And it's gonna, and like, you know, these documentaries are coming out because right now it's festival season, and they have lost, in particular, the liberals across the world. Like, Israel keeps losing what in the West is considered to be the left. They keep losing them, right? Like in the US, the Democrats are kind of like completely flipped now in support of Israel. This create tensions in the DNC as well. In Europe, the same thing. Like even the Germans, you know, who like kind of wrote it into their own brain cells that they must defend Israel at all costs. Even the recent polls out of Germany are coming out and they're saying, hey, maybe we should stop sending bombs to these people because they're kind of doing what we did about like 60 years ago.
They're always on the wrong side of history. Anybody Germany supports.
So at the end of the day, you know, this whole thing of the 80-year prophecy is that it's just a prophecy. It's like a, you know, like a thing they like to tell themselves, or that you know, that thread that hangs over their head. But I feel like if they continue down this path, it's going to become a self-fulfilling prophecy, because Israel is going to become a pariah state, and their whole like you know, the way that they're acting now will only last as long as the United States can back them unconditionally. And in the moment the United States, and it is also costing Trump, right? Look at what's happening with MAGA and etc. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, all of these people who are like, all of a sudden, like Netanyahu said, like, you can't be MAGA if you don't support Israel, right? Like he said this a few weeks ago.
Nonsense.
Which is complete nonsense. It's insane. But like, you know, like the truth's coming out. As much as they try, the truth's out there.
I agree with you. I think I could be wrong on this, but the U.S. is going to run into difficulties. And when it does, all of these Quisling governments, all of these projects that the U.S. has been given money to, Israel is going to be toast. They're a pariah state already. It's not going to be. They're already in pariah state status. The moment that you lose, 50% of Republicans, which they have when you're doing polls for the public, you're in pariah state status, full stop. Esteban, man, you are awesome. Thank you for joining me again on this. I really do appreciate you, man. Esteban Carrillo, he is Ecuadorian journalist, currently writing for The Cradle. He was previously with TeleSur English. You be safe, man. Have a good rest of your day, okay?
You as well, Jamal. Thank you so much for having me. I'll see you soon, okay?
Absolutely. Have a good one, man. Thanks. All right. I see my man in the background. There we are. We have Danny Haiphong. Danny Haiphong is a journalist, geopolitical analyst. You can find him on Twitter at GeopoliticalDH, and you can find him on YouTube at Geopolitics Haiphong. How you doing, Danny? You doing okay this morning?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I'm doing good. Good. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. I know it's early.
It's not that early here, but yeah. The beginning of your show, because I do a lot of work at night. So,
where are you located, by the way?
I'm in New York. I'm in the U.S.
Oh, okay. So you're on the East Coast. Okay, fair enough. So let's get into it. You and I had a conversation, and the conversation was on this idea of the difficulties of dealing with the issue of Gaza, especially from the standpoint of the U.S. I'm not going to go into how this conversation was provoked, but I will point out that you are right, that it's not the most easy thing in the world to kind of unravel and deal with. Why is it not it's easy to unravel? Many people would argue, well, you have states that are sovereign, and those sovereign states, especially those sovereign states that have the capability, or let's say a relationship with Israel, be it owning ports, be it trade relationships, be it receiving products from Israel, can use that leverage in order to put pressure on Israel to get it to change its behavior. Why does that not work?
Well, in the broad sense, and I think this gets to the question of material versus ideal. In the broad sense, that could very well work. So if we look at the United States, if the United States were to stop arming Israel's military to the tune of about 70% of all weapons that it receives, indeed, the situation in Gaza would improve. Actually, Palestinian liberation would be really right on the doorstep of history. We wouldn't really be talking about the situation of Palestine in the way that we do now, which of course is very fraught with mass suffering and intense suffering. Now, of course, there are huge debates about BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions. There are people who are watching this show who respect, let's say, Norman Finkelstein, Noam Chomsky. They have come out against it for reasons that I don't necessarily agree with.
Wait, they've come out against BDS?
Yeah, in the past they've come out against BDS. They've talked about how it's not really effective. It's it's not really going to change the situation. Now, for example, with South Africa, a global boycott was a huge part of this, but that boycott was effective only when the situation on the ground was actually pushing the South African colonialist regime to the brink of a disaster and collapse. And that was a byproduct, not really of the boycott, but of the fact that the resistance inside of South Africa and then the global support of it was strong enough to eventuate and pressure the world, especially the Western world, to join in this struggle. So in the ideal sense, yeah, a global boycott, even I know the question of China has come up on this program. Sure, it would be incredibly helpful from the sense of PR, morality, all of this to conduct such a boycott. But if we look at the material situation now, the fact of the matter is that while there has been massive amounts, let's say, of support thrown at the Palestinian people from people in the collective West, especially the United States, more people now in the world support Palestine, understand the plight of Palestine, understand the oppression of Palestinians far better than they ever have. But at the same time, that hasn't necessarily led to governments in the collective West in the United States, which are primarily responsible for the genocide in Gaza, to change their behavior. And in that sense, it makes it very difficult, given that governments like China are actually, and this is the really important point, they are in a kind of war with the United States. The United States is, if we look at Russia, if we look at China, if we look at even Iran, which Iran is incredibly courageous for continuing their support for Palestine because they are in the region, because they have certain advantages that allows them to do so. But at the same time, all of these countries are under the gun of the U.S. empire, and therefore their geopolitical, their geographic, these kind of interests, they play a huge role in determining what is actually possible. And so I have been seeing a lot of pessimism, let's say, about China, because I think there's a lot of hopelessness in the collective West, in the United States, about the Palestine question, about, well, what's going to happen to the Palestinian people in Gaza? Because what it looks like now, you have Trump looking for ways to displace, almost do like a whole Nakba situation through the lens of economic development. I don't know if you saw that plan leaked out by the Washington Post. You have the just slaughter of Palestinian people, the starvation, all of this continue unabated. It makes a lot of sense why people in the collective West and in the United States, who have such a huge responsibility for this indirectly, it's not ordinary people who are doing this, but it's their governments that say they represent them that are. So it makes sense that there would be both in a rage about this, but also a sense of hopelessness that they can't really do anything about it. So what happens then? Well, you look at the geopolitical situation maybe, and you say, well, why can't China do more? Because China, people see China and they say, well, China upholds international law. China is doing all of these positive things in the world. Well, why not China? And the fact of the matter is that China has, from the outset of this conflict, done which is within its bounds to be able to support and be in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Not many people mention that China goes to the United Nations, and people don't really see a lot of value in words at this point, but to support and uphold the right of the Palestinian people's right to armed resistance is something that really no country in the collective West responsible for this, that is literally fueling Palestinian resistance, is willing to support. Actually, they condemn it to the point where people in the United States and in the collective West are targeted for simply supporting Palestine, saying that they're supporting the Palestinian resistance. You know, these anti-Semitic laws, all of these kind of ways to punish and surveil and suppress the rights of people in the collective West for simply supporting the existence of Palestinians and saying that they should continue to exist from here on out. But you have China on the world stage saying, no, we don't just support Palestinians' right to exist, we support their right to resist via arms, which is a really big deal. But it gets even deeper than this, Jamal, because I think what is often missing about how China conducts itself around the world is that at this very moment, what is possible for China without intensifying its own situation vis-a-vis the U.S. war against it is that it has outlined a foreign policy you've covered on this show, which is primarily about economic development. It's primarily about bringing the entire world up from the absolute immiseration of extreme poverty. And of course, we saw how this has bore incredible fruits. The military parade that was conducted in China, in Beijing, to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the victory of the war of aggression, war of Japanese aggression, the war against Japanese aggression, shows that look at how many leaders, the most important leaders in the world in this multipolar, emerging multipolar order, stand side by side with China as they demonstrate just how far China has come. But at the same time, this way of doing foreign policy, I think, is minimized in terms of its actual global impact. So it's not actually just about everyone gets to benefit. Global South countries get to lift themselves out of poverty with the resources and the development, the infrastructure, all of that, which China provides. But actually, it's that ability for China to forward the stability of the world through things like the Belt and Road Initiative, through BRICS, all of this, which can actually create better conditions for the resistance all over the world, but especially in the region, to be that much more effective. Now, a lot of people speculate about China's support for Yemen, Ansarallah, China's support for Iran, these kind of things, whether it is real or not. What we do know is that China supports Iran, China supports Yemen through economic development. And we also know that Ansarallah has never labeled China a party to the genocide. And why would that be? Well, it's because, first, China is not primarily responsible, if not at all responsible, for the genocide in Gaza. We know who the real parties are: Israel, the United States, and of course the West. But also, it's because countries like Iran, for resistance movements like Ansarallah, which are really the government of Yemen, they realize that what China's model brings is only positive for the future existence of not just a liberated Palestine, but when we're talking about Palestine, and I really want to emphasize this, we're not just talking about Palestinian people in the enclave of Gaza, in this concentration camp created for them by Israel and the United States. What we're really talking about is a decade, centuries-long liberation movement of the entire region against imperialism. And so any support for these resistance movements, the axis of resistance as a whole, whether it is bilateral, whether it is in secret, whatever's going on in that way, is actually de facto in support of the Palestinian cause. So that is what Ansarallah recognizes. That is what Iran recognizes. That is really what the entire resistance recognizes, because if we look at what is actually said about China and these criticisms that are leveled at China about its support or lack thereof of Gaza, it isn't coming from the resistance axis. It isn't coming from Iran. It isn't coming Ansar Allah. It isn't coming from the Palestinian resistance. And they have every right to, if they see China's trade with Israel, for example, as a problem. Why not? Why wouldn't you bring this up? Well, I think because there's a bigger picture that the resistance sees, and that I hope that we can all see, which is that China, yes, has its own interests, and it has interests that are actually very important. The 80th anniversary of the war of aggression that the Japanese waged, which predates this small time frame that the United States and the collective West see as World War II. We're talking about an absolute massacre, a genocide. That's what Japan was committing in China during this time, beginning in 1931, all the way until China liberated themselves from Japanese aggression in 1945. That period of time, that was a genocide. And China has every right to and every interest in to ensure that that never happens again. So this is why, since the reform and opening up period, when it was deemed that the CPC had to and was required to focus primarily on economic development, this is why China's foreign policy shifted dramatically from direct support for, let's say, anti-colonial resistance movements, which by the time 1979, 1980 plus, that was becoming much less tenable anyway on the world stage. But nonetheless, the shift came from direct support, military, even economic, to looking at how can China integrate itself into the global economy, develop itself, and use whatever development it was able to achieve for itself to help fuel a better, more just and fair economic, and then thus a more just and fair international order in the process. And that stands to this day. And despite the fact that China is the second biggest economy in purchasing power parity, it is still a developing country, and it still has a lot of issues, a lot of uneven development, things like this, which it has to put first and foremost, not least because to provoke, to incite, to go beyond the bounds of what is, as you have criticized in a lot of ways, rightfully, Jamal, the validity of international law under current global conditions, given how the United States basically has torn it up and burnt it in front of the world for everyone to see. It still is really important for China to follow international law to the letter, because that allows it to build these economic relationships worldwide to ensure that this more just, more fair economic and global order continues to move forward unabated, rather than what is a huge risk right now, which is the United States looking for any excuse. And some might say, Danny, you're making excuses. No, this is the reality of the situation. The U.S. is looking for any excuse. Pete Hegseth says it all the time, whether you take this idiot seriously or not. He says it all the time. They are looking for an excuse. They call it deterrence, but what they're actually doing is they're looking for an excuse to build up and eventually wage a war on China. And whether you think China can win such a war, whether you believe China is strong enough to defend itself from that type of war, I am one of those believers. But China is not just looking out for itself. It's not just saying, well, you know, we can win a war. We have nukes. We have hypersonic missiles. We have one of the most advanced militaries in the world, if not the most advanced technologically. We can do this. That's not really what it's about. A war between the United States and China, and they say it all the time in China, would destabilize the entire world. It would actually be a net negative, especially for West Asia, because what the U.S. really wants to do, and what Israel, and this is a really important point, one of Israel's primary objectives as a settler colonial state is not just to destroy the Palestinian people. It is to expand throughout the region, the Greater Israel Project. Well, the Greater Israel Project is also a reflection of what the United States wants, which is why the United States is not opposing it one bit. The United States wants the Greater Israel Project because that will cut China and Russia as well off from West Asia. This is the point. This is why Iran regime change is so important. If regime change in Iran occurs, then China cannot really cannot extend the Belt and Road Initiative through and beyond into West Asia, and then of course into Europe, parts of Africa, etc. So this is a really important strategic geopolitical, but really what it is, it's a material consideration. These things have to be factored in, because what we ultimately have to ask ourselves is not just whether it's the moral thing to do, because by your question, Jamal, of course, boycotting Israel, doing everything you can to stop Israel and really stop the United States. That's what we really should be saying.
Right.
Morally, there's no debating that, but we don't live morally, right? Like geopolitics, political economy, none of this develops based on morals. That's idealism. That's not actually not how the world moves. People resist not simply because it's the right thing to do morally. Like there's some kind of book that says, well, like the Bible or something says this is what you should be doing, the 10 Commandments. No. People have demands, they have interests, they have needs. And this is what really drives people to resist. And therefore, those are the things, the ability to achieve those interests, to achieve those needs, that is what actually drives what happens. So right now at this stage, we have to understand that the multipolar world, for as strong as it is, for as much positive development we are seeing led by a country like China, we have to also understand that there is a real danger of a war on China escalating to the point where it destabilizes everything. And guess who doesn't care about this? The United States, Israel, the interests that back these countries, right? The corporations, the military-industrial complex, Wall Street, these forces, they do not care about instability. We see this. We see this with Gaza. We see this in West Asia. We see this in everything that they back, fund, support. Instability is actually the only goal at this point because they can't win. There's no winning. They can't win in Gaza.
Right.
So the fact here is that China, Russia, the multipolar world, they're very, these countries are very different politically. China has a particular kind of model. It has seen as the model that will not only protect its interests, but also be the best for the world. And China has chosen, and I think it's the correct choice, despite its limitations, to follow international law to the T, including on sanctions, so that it is able to preserve its own capacity to support the Palestinian people, to support the countries all over the world moving in a more just and fair direction, to really support a whole world order and a model that will bring forth and has already brought forth incredible achievements and benefits to the poorest and most oppressed and downtrodden all over the world. To be able to preserve this and to be able to continue to do this with just absolutely brutal odds when you have an empire that is out of control, that is incredibly desperate, and that is really looking for nuclear war. Some people may downplay this. Oh, the United States would never do this. Well, China has a whole history of being threatened in this way. People don't understand that Japan was nuked. This was the end of China's successful war of resistance against Japanese aggression. But the United States only nuked Japan because they didn't just want to show the Soviet Union, who was marching on their way to actually liberate, destroy Japan. They were going to plant their flag and say Japan is over. But they wanted the United States at this time. They wanted to test the nuclear weapons because right after this, what happened? Well, Korea happened. We saw Kim Jong-un in China during the 80th anniversary of China's victory over Japan. Why was Kim Jong-un there? Well, not only is there a huge Korean ethnic group inside of China, but there was also a lot of Koreans who fought on the side by side with the Red Army, with the People's Liberation Army of China to resist Japan. But then right after that, China, what happened? China saw that the United States not only had plans to destroy Korea, to destroy the liberation movement there, through invasion, which I guess formally happened in 1950, but was well underway before that. China sent in 200,000 plus volunteers to aid the liberation struggle in Korea, which eventually led to that ceasefire and what they have now, which is the divided, north-south line through the UN. And that's why Kim Jong-un was there, because Kim Jong-un, the DPRK, North Korea, was a huge part of not only helping China liberate itself, but also China played a huge role in liberating Korea. So all of this is to say is that the situation right now is complex, it's complicated, and we have to look at things from the sense of reality. We are not always going to like this reality, but at the same time, it is incredibly harmful and damaging to lay and cast and hold to the same standard a country like China, which has a history of genocide, which has a history of being the target of war, which is a history of being threatened with nuclear war more than once. That was my point before, is that during the Korean War, the United States threatened China with nuclear weapons. During the Taiwan Straits crises, the United States threatened China with nuclear weapons. There have been many points throughout the history of China where it's been threatened with nuclear weapons. We talk about sanctions. China is under sanctions right now. We have to understand this. The United States is sanctioning China's tech industry. It's sanctioning China's officials over human rights, BS, all of this. But also, China has a huge history with sanctions where, prior to 1949 to 1971, the United States used the United Nations to literally bar the People's Republic of China of being the recognized government internationally. And that meant huge sanctions worldwide, because if you're not recognized at the United Nations, and people have to realize that this is why it's also important, international law is also important. If you're not recognized at the United Nations, you don't really exist. Look at the Palestine. Look at Palestine, for example.
Palestine is recognized at the United Nations, by the way.
Yeah. It is, but it doesn't have. Yeah. The Palestinian Authority, it is, but it's they don't have a government in a nation that can really be represented. Palestine is a nation
being genocided and they're being occupied.
Exactly. So China has had that experience for 22 years, and it slowed China's development dramatically. A lot of good things happened from 1949 to 1971, but the extreme poverty and the hardship was very real at that time as well, because most of the world had a disincentive from trading with China, from getting close to China, because the United States was right there saying, well, if you do this, then you're supporting a rogue, government, one that's not recognized, you're supporting communism, et cetera, et cetera. So China has this history, and now China has this reality where all of its successes and achievements could very well not only be slowed, but be destabilized, because the United States is threatening a real war that will go nuclear on a dime, because the United States, as you have pointed out on this show, as I point out all the time on my show, can't fight a conventional war with China. So China has to keep this in mind. It's not just about the fact that it can beat the United States. In many ways, it already has. But the United States still is not going to stop this push to war with China. So if we look at a country that is literally at war with the United States and under the threat of the most catastrophic war with the United States, everything that China is doing up until this point should be seen from the lens of, well, that's not only just what's possible right now, but that is actually in service to the entire world in terms of fairness, justice, and it's in service of the cause of the resistance in West Asia, whether it's Palestine or anywhere else, because it is building this example. This is what China believes it can do right now. It can build this example of what the world can and should look like, which will bear fruits and has already borne fruits. So at this point, this is what I believe is not just about morals, but it's about how we position ourselves from the standpoint of we as individuals, as movements in the collective West, as people who support a liberated Palestine. Our focus really needs to be on how can we strengthen the multipolar world? How can we strengthen the Palestinian resistance? Actually, it doesn't strengthen the Palestinian resistance at all. to hold China to the same standard as everybody else when China is not in the same position as the United States or the collective West. What really does help is when movements and people collectively weaken and place real pressure on their governments so that they feel compelled to change their behavior, whether they actually say, okay, well, we'll stop funding Israel. Probably not going to happen. Or what's going to happen is they're going to turn the guns around on us, which is what they do. Right? They're going to come with their surveillance apparatus. They're going to come with suppression. They're going to come with demonization, all of this. But that, in effect, can also change people's minds. It can strengthen movements. A lot of people think repression simply just leads to suffering. No, it leads to suffering, but it also leads to inspiration. A lot of people become more inspired. A lot of people get activated because of the injustice and the wrongdoing and the suppression, the brutality of the. That's what we can effectuate. We can help the guns be turned around. That's what I think our role is in the United States and the collective West, is not to condemn countries and hold them to the same standard and talk, legality, all of this. What we need to do is we need to look at what our primary responsibility is, which is the United States, which is the collective West. If that is where we are, then that is where we should be directing our ire toward. And my last lead, Jamal, my last point is I want to reiterate this. I don't take my cues from actually when I look at global developments, I tend not to take my cues from Westerners or from Americans or what have you, as smart as they are. There are many out there, including people you have on your show, who have a lot of smart things to say. But when it comes to the trajectory and the aims of the Palestinian people, or what, let's say, Iran, let's say what Ansarallah, let's say what Hezbollah, any of these resistance movements, what they want and what they're aiming for, I tend to take my cues from what they say and what they do. So, especially when it comes to Ansarallah, especially when it comes to the Palestinian resistance forces fighting on the ground in the rubble, fighting a guerrilla war in the most heinous and incredibly just historically disastrous conditions. I mean, this is what we're seeing is the most historic. If we look in terms of guerrilla war, liberation movements, this is a historically incredibly just mind-blowing moment when you think about it, that there are people who are standing up for themselves, who are fighting for their nation in these conditions, despite what is happening to them. That is something we're going to look at for the rest of human history as something to be studied, to be admired, but also to, of course, understand better. So one, this doesn't have to happen again. And two, how people resist and how people win. But at the same time, I look at what they say, right? And they have every right, as I said before, if they wanted to criticize China or really the entire multipolar world for not doing enough for them. I just don't see that coming out. You can look at all the statements. Actually, in 2024, all these groups met in China around the Beijing Declaration. And people will criticize, I don't support the two-state solution. China does, but I don't. I don't support it because I actually don't think it's viable from the perspective of what is actually happening on the ground and what will actually be effective in terms of protecting a liberated Palestine. But that's for Palestinians to decide, right? Like I can't lecture Palestinian resistance or Ansarallah or anyone else to say, well, you shouldn't support China or you should criticize China for not giving enough aid, supposedly, because that's not what they're doing. That's not their strategy. Their strategy is they have to fight the empire in front of them, which is actually the problem. And they see China's support and solidarity in any form as completely not only valid, but incredibly valuable. So that's who I take my cues from. I don't really take it from international law. I know you've had debates about what the Genocide Convention says and all of this. That's not really where I would come from with this, because China has been a victim of genocide. Many people have been the victim of genocide. Palestinians are the victim of genocide now. And how this develops and how it stops generally isn't the law coming down and saying, yeah, international law, yeah, we're going to stop this. No, actually, that's never really how it's happened. It's people liberating themselves from this oppression, from the genocide. That's how genocides really stop. And we know that the whole Rwanda situation is completely and utterly rife with propaganda and all of this, and was a disaster in many respects on so many levels. But when we look at the broad history since, let's say, the Cold War, quote unquote, since the emergence of the Soviet Union, all of this, we look at how many genocides have actually occurred since then, led and facilitated by the United States. The only way it has ever stopped, or there's been any restitution and justice around it, was that these countries, the people targeted, they liberated themselves. They liberated themselves with assistance, but assistance that always came with the understanding that there was going to be victory. And we can get into all the historical examples of when, let's say, the Soviet Union or even China, Cuba, during the South African apartheid regime, where they have sent support to these movements directly, and why they did that, not just based on principles, but also based on the prospect of not just victory in the long term, but like victory in the immediate term. And right now we're in the point where Israel is destroying itself, the United States is destroying itself, whether it's credibility, the future of the empire, the future of the Zionist colony, all of this is true. But no one can sit here and say, well, that's imminent, right? That's going to happen tomorrow, or that's going to happen with direct aid. Actually, any direct aid at this point, what the United States and Israel has done, any direct aid to Gaza, we see this with the aid trucks, all of this, is seen as a weapon of war. So in order to confront this means that there's going to be more war. And so this is, unfortunately, the calculation many make. And
Danny,
I don't like it. I don't like
Danny,
it. I don't like it. I hate
Danny,
that. But at the same time, that's what it is.
Danny, I've let you go on for 20, nearly 30 minutes. I understand your point. You're defending China. I get it. I totally get it. I understood the point that other people were making. And if this notion of taking it, for one, this notion of blaming China is nonsense. Nobody's blaming China for the war. Everybody's perfectly clear, perfectly understands that the United States and that Western governments have supported, given billions of dollars to Israel, turned a blind eye to it, and defended it morally and everything else. There is no unclarity about that. I'm not even sure why that is even part of the argument. No unclarity about who's doing it and why they're doing it. It is perfectly clear why the United States is effectively back in this war. It is perfectly clear why European states are back in this war. These are effectively a colony of squatters, predominantly from Europe. And of course, a large share from the United States, and a large number of these guys are Russians. Understood. Nobody's blaming China. Nobody's saying China has any responsibility in creating this situation. Nobody's saying China is responsible for propagating the situation. Nobody brought China in. That is an argument being made, or that is a defense for an argument that nobody ever made. Second point, this idea that China is helping because it's building a multipolar world. Okay, that's a heavy stretch. Fair enough. I understand why you're trying to make that case, because you're trying to make the argument that, well, they are really contributing to this, and they're contributing to this by building this multipolar world. I get your argument, and I get why you're making that argument, but it's like, these are defenses for arguments that people aren't making, which leaves me mystified as to why this argument is effectively being made. What people have pointed out had everything to do with this notion of economic leverage. Nobody said China should start a war. Everybody perfectly understands that China is a target of the United States. The United States will get to China. It's not, well, China needs to do, if China does something, then the US is looking for any particular reason to go after China. The US is going to go after China anyway. Are you serious right now? They're not, they are creating a rationale to go after Venezuela. They created a context by which to come up and tripwire in order for Russia to get involved further in the conflict. When they're telling the Philippines and Australia, hey, are you guys with us when we're going to go after China because we're going to effectively feed you to the Chinese? That's not China doing anything. China hasn't done anything in this context. Many of these countries haven't done anything. The US is creating a pretext by which to go after many of these countries. China will be next, whether it's using Taiwan or whether it's using all of their proxies in the region to go after them. So yes, China is a target. Obama, all the way back then, is saying we need to Asian pivot. So they just haven't been able to pull themselves out of the Middle East. They haven't been able to pull themselves out of Russia to get to China, but they will at some point, whether China does anything or not. So there's that. And I think you would agree with that. that all things being equal, they are a target. They are a number on a list that when the U.S. gets around to cobbling their strengths together, pulling out of Ukraine, or cobbling their strengths together where they can have this diversification of responsibility of giving Europe over to the Russians, giving Israel over to deal with the Middle East, they will move to China, meaning they are amping and looking for that war. It's not if China does something. China could be standing there holding a peace lily. They will try to find a way to target.
Well, it's
China.
my argument, Jamal. It's my argument. My argument is it's not just that they're looking for war, that they're at war,
right.
But continue.
Well, you made the point of saying Pete Hegseth said if you do anything. And part of your argument was, well, China has to be somewhat reticent of doing anything in the world, because if they do anything, the U.S. is going to use that as a pretext by which to go after China. I'm saying they're going to go after them regardless. China right now is
but
probably
there's a difference, Jamal. But there's a difference between the fact that the United States, it has to move the way it is now towards China, then versus what happens when you essentially, because anything, and I make this point, Jamal, any action against Israel unilaterally by a state, economically, militarily, what have you, the United States is going to view that as a direct threat to Israel. And it's going, whether it is or not, because I don't actually think China's stopping.
So just so I'm clear, your belief is that, okay,
they are going to accelerate. And yeah, they are going to accelerate.
I'll let you talk for 30 minutes.
But continue. Yeah.
Thank you. So your argument is that all things being equal, and this is not even an argument that I fully believe in, by the way. I'm just mystified that you spent 30 minutes making this case. And it's one thing if we're having a conversation about it, you went on as if you were trying to sell a car to no buyer.
Jamal, I was making a point on your show that just hasn't been made. I'm not here to, this is not really the debate. I'm making a point that just hasn't been made. But I'm not saying, I'm saying that this, but I've seen this, Jamal. This is all over now, not just on social media. I'm seeing even people who live in Hong Kong. I'm seeing these arguments being made about China. I'm just bringing up the point. But continue, Jamal, please.
Just to make another point. Laith Marouf, who is not Western, who lives in the region, who was nearly killed the other day in the region of Lebanon, even made the point of saying nobody is asking China to go to war, but they're pointing out that if China is indeed this sovereign, that is this force for good in the world, that one of the premises of their governance thing was action, then having some movement on this matters. And that is not necessarily a negative. That is them being a force for good and morality, in addition to this kind of realist politics in the world. Now, you may agree or disagree with that, but he's not a Westerner. As you said, I don't take my cues for Westerners. I don't look for Westerners. I look for people who are in the region. Laith is literally in the region and has literally been under the gun. I could talk to Iranians who would say something very similar in this case. I could talk to people from Lebanon who would say something very similar in this case.
And I do too. And I do on my show. I've had all of these folks on. Yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to make the point to you that this is not like white people or Westerners say X. It's not that. You have a variance of point of view on this. I'm not like,
Jamal, I'll just say this really quickly and I'll let you continue. Is I wasn't saying individuals. I'm saying I take my cues from the organizations, right? And the institute, whether it's the Iranian government, whether it's Ansar Allah, whether it's the Palestinian resistance organizations. There's going to be a variety of opinions on this. I've had Laith on my show, Ali Abounim, people who I respect dearly, who I would disagree with on the overall point of, whether China can do more or can't do more. But I'm not saying that it's not a valid opinion. I'm just saying that there's a big picture that unfortunately we may not love this big picture, but it's just material realities we have to.
And by the way, I agree with your big picture. Yeah. I do think China is a force for good in the world. I do think this idea of saying we should respect international law, we should build coalitions, and we're dealing with a rogue hegemon. And in the context of dealing with this rogue hegemon, we need as many people within the context of this argument of, let's say, uniting against this nonsense that the West is effectively. I agree with all that. You have my full agreement on that. That is a positive vision of the world. This is a push to try to bring the world together under this idea of some level of international law, of countries being equals, of these countries not being overtaken. Yes, all things being equal, to not have a genocide. So you have my full agreement on that. I guess I think the biggest point that I agree with you on is this sense of helplessness in the West. And the people in the West who effectively look at the world and say, well, hey, what about the rest of the world? Because we seem to be a captured audience in this case. And when you're looking at, and I guess from my point of view, I'm not looking at China to single them out. Russia, India, China, Saudi Arabia, etc. I look at all of these nations. Saudi Arabia is giving ships of oil that is going to Israel. That
party to the genocide.
Yeah. Turkey, Erdogan will go out and say, what's his name? Bibi Netanyahu is Hitler, and then assist Israel.
And also say that they're completely sanctioning Israel, which of course is a lie.
They're not, right? So I'm not singling out China. I guess I'm trying to, maybe I'm hyperreactive on this because of what just took place. I'm not singling out China. My point of view is that China in this is blameless. It has nothing to do with responsibility or culpability.
Yeah, and I'm not responding to you, Jamal, but continue. When you finish, I'll let you know what I'm actually, because it's a long time historic issue that we've had with Palestine solidarity in the West. But continue.
Yes, and it feels intractable. You effectively have an empire that has dumped billions of dollars. I mean, Israel is like a country of 8.8 million people. We've done like $20 billion a year into that country. That's like $2,000 a person. I did the math as I was listening. That's like $2,200 per person, year after year after year after year. That's not including the weapons. That's not including all of the money and everything else that we effectively give them. It feels an intractable issue from the West. And if we are looking at a situation where we're looking at, let's say, Germany, Nazi Germany. I had all of these people, Jews, Poles, Russians, gays, etc., that they had in their camps. And we feel some kind of way today about countries that traded with Nazi Germany because Nazi Germany was effectively committing a genocide. And we thought to ourselves, this is outrageous. And under no circumstances was political pressure internally to Germany was ever going to stop that genocide from taking place. It literally required other nations around the world. Now, yes, they were working out a radical self-interest, but other nations around the world to end that genocide. It wasn't something that was going to take place at home. If we assume for the moment that the United States and Israel are one-to-one, internally, I don't know how that works, short of the United States effectively collapsing or falling apart. You have the entirety of the West that effectively has made the decision to back Israel and murdering and starving as many people as possible with the entirety of the state and most of the population agreeing this is good. Those babies are dangerous. It's perfectly okay to kill those babies. And so when we are, I'll say people like me, look around and say to ourselves, the US is a rogue state. We are like Nazi Germany in the way that we're operating around the world and setting fires around the world. I am not insane. It is not wrong of me. It's not wrong of anybody else to ask the question, should other states get involved to deal with the rogue state? Yay or nay? You can disagree with that. And you can say that liberation groups only liberate themselves. Not always.
But Jamal, anyway, continue, because I don't.
No, make your point. I would rather.
No, because I think, again, I am not a realist. I actually think realism honestly divorces politics and principles and then leads to what often happens, which is like people are people and they have biases and interests based on material reality. So, but you made a realist argument, though. No, your argument was I'm not making a realist argument. No, it's not a realist. It's a materialist argument, Jamal. These are different. So realism looks at the world as there's heavy values that are just static, right? A lot of realists will say all states in the world just look after their own interests. Actually, it's a lot more complicated than that. China has deep principles that it is pursuing on a values level, but at the same time, it has to take into consideration the material conditions presented to it by the world. That's, to me, a more balanced way of looking at why things happen the way they do historically than saying, well, China's going to be, we've had this conversation on the show, John Mearsheimer, et cetera. China's just going to become an empire. Why? Because all states do. Right? I mean, that to me is that's what I think, unfortunately, is the limitations of realism, even though there are people who realize. I mean, I love Mark Sloboda. He's a deep friend and he's so smart. But realism at the when we get to that level of, well, how do we explain why things happen in the world, in my opinion, has these limitations. But if we look at the example that you brought up of Germany,
yes,
we have to look at what actually stopped the genocide of communist Jews, people of a variety of stripes. What happened to them? Well, what stopped it was Germany. Unfortunately, this is what stopped it. Germany waged an imperialist war, and they lost. And that is actually what's going to stop Israel. The only way that the United States and Israel are going to be beat is when forces around the world are forced to enter into a war with it and they win it. That is and that is how it happened in World War II. It wasn't severing ties and trade and then afterward condemning them. No. What stopped them was the Soviet Union. What stopped them was the resistance to fascism. And so that's what's going to stop Israel. And the aid and the help that they get is really, and this is why this context is so important for the 21st century, 2025. What is really going to open up possibilities for supporting the resistance. I don't disagree with Laith. I don't disagree with Ali Abunimah or Professor Mohammed Randi. All people who have made the point that everyone should be doing more. I don't disagree with that point on the moral or principle standpoint. But in terms of why things are happening right now, the possibilities for this can only be opened up, not based on what China's government says in their head is the best thing to do to balance out the reality as it stands now, but what will open up the possibilities of supporting Palestinian resistance, for example, is if the warring parties, those who are actually conducting the genocide, Israel, I guess we can control for, since the settlers there are not going to be on the side. But we look at the collective West in the U.S., the situation is a lot more favorable in this way, is when people bring that pressure to bear and become part of this international and global change we need to see, so that governments, people all over the world have more room and possibilities for what they can do. And this is kind of how throughout history things have gone when it comes to successful ends of, let's say, genocide. If we look at the case of Vietnam, for example, the US, the French, they committed genocide there, just to horrific degrees. And the Vietnamese resistance, of course, it was very valiant and heroic. And because of regional advantages, the Soviet Union and China at the time were able to support to a degree. But it wasn't necessarily always the strongest support. It wasn't linear. But what really helped the Vietnamese was their resistance. As it grew stronger and stronger and stronger, people in the United States and the collective West said, no, we can't support this anymore. So, and there was actually concrete actions done to not support it. For example, like not participate in going over to Vietnam and killing people, like what happened in the United States. And the threat to the entire way that the military, requires and recruits soldiers and people to go over and slaughter others. Like that's what happened. No, but that's no. But that's what I see as how history is really made, is when there's people, especially inside of the belly of the beast, their primary responsibility is seen as opening up those possibilities for others around the world, not in the charity sense or in any of that, but in just doing our duty to creating the conditions so global conditions are more favorable.
But I think you're reading that wrong. People in Vietnam War took issue with the fact that the United States was going over there and sending its people over there. They took issue with the war, not the fact that we were committing a genocide and the people we were killing. We didn't care that we killed.
Sure, but I'm saying, I think that's a little blanket. There were a lot of people in that movement. There were a lot of people in the anti-war movement that were fighting and helping organize people to stop, to resist the draft. There were a lot of people, Jamal, that understood what was happening in Vietnam and said, we're not going to support that.
The motivation of it was, we're sending our people over there. We're having all of these body bags come back. It was about us, not them. The same thing with the civil rights movement. Why do you think the civil rights movement worked? because it was pertaining to us, meaning this was something that was happening internally to the country itself. Gaza is different. Gaza, if what you're waiting on is an upswell of Americans to throw their bodies into the bullets in order to compel people and get people to pay attention to it, it's not going to happen. It's different. It's a complication in the whole process. It's not a situation
and that's been the way of war.
It's not a situation where you have Americans going over there and those Americans are dying and they're sitting back body bags, and Americans see the body bags and they're like, oh my God, this is outrageous. Same thing with the Iraq war. It wasn't that we were killing Iraqis. It was more so that they're bringing back Americans in body bags. This is outrageous. We don't want to lose Americans. That has always been a hedge to any kind of war. That is not what is happening over there. You don't have Americans coming back in body bags where the American public is like, oh my God, this is outrageous. I can't believe this is happening. What you're stuck with is a moral issue that Americans say, this is horrible that this is happening. Does that translate?
Yeah, but I don't necessarily agree that it's just a moral issue.
Does this translate to Americans going out saying, I'm going to put my body in front of bullets or police things in a way that happened in the civil rights movements?
You make a really good point. And this has been the way of war. This is how the United States actually responded to the the anti-war movement in Vietnam.
It was.
They got rid of that concrete reality, which was that the U.S. was forcing people to do this, to go over there. And so that's why they created the volunteer army and all of that. And actually that had a huge impact in rolling back a lot of progressive anti-war sentiment to the point where, both of us, I was very young during this time, but during the anti-war movement against, let's say, the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, especially the Iraq, it was the Iraq war that really sparked it. This was a huge problem as well, which was how do you connect this beyond, let's say, partisan antipathy, which unfortunately we found out was a lot of the reasons why maybe the less committed folks came out in such massive numbers, is because they hated George Bush Jr. But this is still a responsibility and duty of us to find out, how do we make it our responsibility? Because you say it's just a moral question, Jamal. I actually don't believe that, because everything that happens in Gaza, everything that happens in West Asia does actually have a material impact on working people in the United States. It is not just simply a matter of, oh, wow, that's really, it is. This is all true. Everything you say is true. It's horrific. There's what's going on in Gaza based on how the United States and how the West is supporting and really facilitating it. That is horrific. But it's actually not just that. It is the fact that economic conditions, that life in the United States, that the same kind of racism and all of this is rampant and rife, that there is a war at home. That is our duty. The conditions aren't as favorable. You're exactly right. They're not. We've been dealing with this for 30, 40, 50 plus years now. They're not as favorable as they were during the Vietnam War period because of the way the U.S. was able to reform its way of making war. But at the same time, I don't think it absolves the duty and the reality that there is a deep connection between the destruction and the way that the empire behaves around the world and the absolute genocidal onslaught it commits in Gaza and elsewhere around the world, and how that connects to life in the countries where these warring governments are waging war. I think that connection has to be made in order for us to have any success, any hope for people in the United States and the West to really become involved in this global process of creating a fair and just world order. There's going to have to be that identification. And that is really what I see as my responsibility and my task. And that's why I do reject the kind of, what happens often. I said this a little earlier about a historic problem in Palestine solidarity, for example, is that a lot of forces that lead it, I 100% support the Palestine solidarity movement, wherever it is. But at the same time, we can't avoid the fact that a lot of leaders within it have taken very unfortunate worldviews on the rest of the world, which actually, in my opinion, damage the cause. For example, like making, I remember years ago, it even happened in protests here, right? Like you'll see people who support, let's say, the human rights interventionist narratives around China in when it comes to Xinjiang or Syria, for example. This was a huge problem.
That was a big one.
Where people opposed the government of Bashar al-Assad, which was being regime changed, and then still said they want to liberate Palestine, right? Like, these are the contradictions that we have to wrestle with, in which I am most interested in wrestling with, because it just isn't done. So when I see a tension going, and I'm not saying you did this, Jamal, you know, I'm not saying even anyone on your show has done this. I'm saying, though, that there is a trend that I respond to, and any inkling where that trend could be reinforced, I try to just bring up the points that may not be being raised when it comes to this question. So that's really all I am doing.
I would tell you this, though. I don't believe I'm absolved of anything. I don't think any Americans are absolved of blame on this. Our tax dollars go to that nonsense. But being absolved of anything is secondary to the point of how do you do something. And if my model is right, my model being we care about self-interest, period. We're a capitalist society. It is ingrained in us. There's a self-interest in dealing with civil rights. There's a self-interest in dealing with stopping Americans going to Vietnam to get killed. There's a self-interest in Americans going to Iraq and get killed. It is a different self-interest. And to your point, I think you're also right. Usually a lot of those things change when the American public see people getting killed on the streets. When they see the cops overreacting, when they see them beating the devil out of protesters, and you're seeing it day after day after day over long periods of time, et cetera, the public gets a certain point of view of saying, okay, maybe this is too much. Maybe this is too far. It is one thing to do that when you have family members, or let's say you have African Americans who have skin in the game because we are Black and we're dealing with a racist apartheid state. Okay, that's one thing. It's one thing when you have certain parts of the military that are saying this is outrageous. Yes, some of those people were just moral, ethical. We shouldn't be invading Iraq. A lot of those people were former military. A lot of those people were family military that had died. And a lot of those people were like, I don't want to see Americans die in caskets. Okay, they have skin in the game. That's different than there is no skin in the game. It's an ethical, moral question. You could say it's material. It's not material for us. It's material in the context of what is taking place on the ground where they're effectively trying to eradicate the local population and take it using American dollars, American weapons, and American influence. That's part's true. But for the American people at home who are dealing with whatever issues they're effectively dealing with at home, they will look at the polls, they would say, God, that sucks. That's horrible. They may even go out to a protest and they would hold the sign saying, this sucks, this is horrible. Will they get shot over it? Will they get beat over it? Will they come out day after day over it? Will they lose their jobs over it? Will they get deported over it? Those are very different questions. In our Iraq war sense, in a civil rights sense, Vietnam sense, yes. In this sense, I'm very skeptical. Meaning, we are not insane. People who look at this and say to ourselves, the US is a rogue state. And in the same way that Germany was a rogue state, it didn't matter if there were going to be protests in Germany. It wasn't going to change the war machine. It wasn't going to change Hitler's point of view. It wasn't going to change the government, nor was it going to change their priorities in going, killing, executing, exterminating the Jewish population, Russian, Poles, and anything else. I'm trying to point out the similarities between these things, to point out a key issue here in managing and revving up support for something that I don't think we're going to get the support in a local sense as a rogue state, as opposed to other countries that may be actually more conscious of saying the US is a rogue actor. They've lost their minds in regards to what they're doing in setting fires around the world. That's not blame. And I'm trying to nail that down from the standpoint of this particular channel. This channel has had so many people on who represented Chinese interests and back the Chinese government. Full stop. All corners. This channel delves into debate and conversation on all sorts of topics. The host of this floats, meaning I may agree with my guests or I may disagree with my guests. It's just kind of the nature of the show. I would have somebody like Alex Craner on who I would vehemently disagree with. Love him as a guest. It's just the nature of the show. It's just the way the show works. I don't know why this issue is so pristine. Well, I don't know why China ends up in a vase in this in regards to any kind of conversation that takes place. It is a weird thing for me to hit my head on this weird wall of resistance to even having the conversation. It's not a mantra that is being created. China should do more. China should get involved. China should do so and so. That's not a mantra on the show. If anything,
it's not your show, Jamal. It's not your show. I'm saying that there's a bigger problem here with what happens when people who are in solidarity with Palestine begin to veer their focus on what I feel is just not useful. That's and all the points I made were to demonstrate that. No, it's not at all about morals or all of this. It's in your show and what it reflects. That's really all the points I was.
To be clear, I don't disagree with your overarching point. I've made the overarching point myself. This notion of China's governance initiative. It's good. It's what this world should be. It's not what this world is, but it's what this world should be. And if China is playing this kind of game of Go, where it's trying to bring in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS, with this kind of intermeshment between these two things, it's bringing in other countries and is raising the global South, Africa, South America, etc., out of these horrific poverty conditions, then when you're confronting a rogue hegemon, you have much more clout to confront the rogue hegemon. So agreed. I don't disagree with the premise at all. As for China's assistance, it is a stretch to me, to just be honest, to say that creating a multipolar world and creating the scaffolding of that, Russia, India, China, Brazil, et cetera, Iran, et cetera, and the very action of them creating that multipolar world is somehow a benefit to Palestine. That's a bit of a stretch to me. I understand where you're coming from with that. You're saying, look, if you can empower these other countries, then there's an indirect relationship between this empowerment to the movements that's taking place. That seems, though, like the difference between dealing with a gunshot wound and dealing with cancer. In 20 years, agreed. If the U.S. ever gets to pivot, if the U.S. is stupid enough to engage in a war with China, if all of these ifs, if the U.S. economy even keeps up, hell, the U.S. economy may collapse in several years, right? In which case, all of this stuff becomes somewhat moot.
Jamal, can I respond to this actually, if you don't mind?
Please.
Yeah. So I think maybe my point about the multipolar world, because I didn't maybe get into enough details about this, could be misunderstood. I'm not necessarily saying that there's a scaffolding being surrounding Palestine that, you know, once it's liberated, it's going to be very advantageous to it. I believe this. I believe that the multipolar world, if a more fair and just world order, is developed, you know, in parallel to the Palestinian resistance. That yes, the Palestinian resistance will be overall better off for it. But that's not my main point. If we look at China's foreign policy, I'm writing a chapter in a book that's going to be coming out about is China's foreign policy good enough? And in it, one of the arguments I made this argument a little earlier in our conversation, saying that, you know, if we look at how Palestinian resistance organizations, if we look at how Ansar Allah in Iran, how they deal with China, we can kind of get maybe a view into maybe how we should be approaching this question. But it's even deeper than that, because if we just look at, for example, what the situation for Iran, Palestine's biggest supporter, in terms of nation state, like literally giving material support, not just to the economic lifeblood of Palestinian people, but to their very resistance, because they have the capacity to do this. So we have to be 100% clear. It's not just about their love of Palestinian people. It's that they can, you know, whether it's transferring arms to the resistance, whether it's, you know, direct aid, they can do this. And they can do it because of their particular advantageous regional and then, of course, material situation, as we saw in the 12-Day War.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for China's complete and utter commitment to non-interference, to trading with everybody to the extent that is possible, and then making real preferences. So China has an obvious preference for Iran, you know, in terms of trading with Iran, than let's say many other countries in the region. And I don't even want to include Israel, but we can say, you know, as a country, quote unquote. But, you know, if we just look at the trading volume and all of that and what, but if it wasn't for this, and this is just a reality, Iran wouldn't be able to circumvent sanctions, or at least it wouldn't be able to do it as effectively. So in effect, and I think we should look at it like this, even if it's not preferred, even if it's not something that satisfies us to a huge degree, we should look at the fact that Iran's very survival and stability and ability to remain sovereign and be Palestine's biggest supporter is actually upheld and in large part not just supported by, but dependent on China's adherence to international law and complete and utter total opposition to sanctions. Because any position outside of this would make that economic support for Iran that much more difficult. And I think we can only imagine what it would be like if the United States and Israel really had both justification and the ability to accelerate this process that they want to take part in so badly, which is to cut China off from the rest of the region. So I think this is an important point, that even if it's not to our ideal circumstance of what we think is the exactly 100% moral thing and what's right, China's support for Iran alone is to the benefit of the Palestinian resistance and the Palestinian people.
Agreed.
And they make that choice very, 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 and that's why I'm not a realist, because this is not just simply an economic realist. Yeah, you know, Iran is so important to us. It's also, given the volume, given how they support Iran, it's also about seeing eye to eye on principles of how the world should look and what Iran means for overall the emergence of multipolar world, but really just the emergence of a more fair and just world order where, you know, everyone can benefit. So I actually do think that there are legitimate benefits to the Palestinian resistance.
I'm not sure I get your point on this one, though. I mean, China's a sovereign state, right? China chooses who they engage with in trade. Yeah. And from a realist point of view, Iran needs to exist for China to have their vision of the world. So China is trading with Iran because it's their interest to trade with Iran.
Sure, yes, but the point I'm making is that Iran, if it didn't have support from China, Iran would have a lot more difficult time circumventing sanctions, surviving itself, and therefore being as staunch of a supporter of the Palestinian people as it is right now. So therefore, there is a deep connection between these things, as
you do have
much
my full
as it might
agreement
not satisfy, right? Yeah,
agreed. You have my full agreement on that. China's support for Iran bolsters Iran. It is in China's interest to support Iran also, just to be very clear. Iran needs to exist on some level. Otherwise, China and
But I'm making the point that it bolsters the Palestinian resistance too, not just Iran.
I know. I guess what I'm getting at is, what does that have to do with trade with Israel? Meaning, China is a sovereign state. China makes the decisions on who they trade with and who they don't trade with. The people and the argument that many people are making has to do with the trade with Israel. It's not like, well, they trade with Iran so they can trade with Israel. They trade with Israel so they have to trade with Iran.
Well, that's also not the point I'm making. Yeah.
But that's the point I'm making. And that's the point that a lot of people make. Why? What do you think happens? Just so I'm very clear. I want to be very clear. What do you think happens if China says, look, we trade with everybody. However, we can no longer be party to what is taking place in Gaza. We've made these speeches. We agree that Hamas has the right to fight back and to respond. Yes, that's important. A strongly worded speech on some level is important. But from this point on, we are also taking action in regards to our trade in this case, because just like it is very dicey for people today to look back in history and say trading with the Nazis is a disgusting process, well, we want to be on the best right side of history. Is it for because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. You believe that the United States will use that to go to kinetic war with China if China decides to pass sanctions?
And it doesn't even have to be kinetic, but it doesn't even have to be kinetic, Jamal. It doesn't have to be that there's going to be guns firing at China right after this happens. It's the fact that China opposes unilateral sanctions as a whole. And when it deviates from this, then it opens up an accelerated process for the United States and Israel to do whatever. I mean, we can use our imaginations. We don't exactly know what would happen, but we know that the United States views Israel as so important that such an action would be viewed as completely and utterly a pretext for cutting China off from the rest of the region. That would have disastrous consequences, not just for Gaza, but for everybody in the region. Because it would involve kinetic at some level, maybe not toward China, but it would involve the United States and Israel taking if you read the way the Rand Corporation, if you read the way that Israel has secretly talked about just China's, you say, strongly worded speeches, just how they take that. If we think unilateral sanctions on Israel from China alone, and this is where I have the quibble. Yeah, China is a powerful country, but if we really want to see a global response, then the whole many more like that, we're going to have a collective global movement doing this together, because the consequences of what happens when you open up a can of worms and say you're a state now unilaterally sanctioning Israel, that is going to lead to consequences also for that state, and maybe the entire world, which worsen the situation. So this is why I propose global movement. And then I say the way that a global movement happens is when people in the United States and the collective West put pressure to bear on their governments, so it is more viable. This is why we have hesitancy around the world, because of the argument you're making. It's a rogue state, Jamal. We don't know exactly what it will do. We know that the United States, though, is absolutely committed to any action taken against. Look at what they just did to try to do to Iran. Any
China's
action committed will. Yes, China's not Iran, but I'm not saying that, as I said before, Jamal, guns are not necessarily going to go blazing toward China, but they will create an unstable, even more unstable situation in West Asia.
What I'm trying to understand is
when unilateral sanctions are imposed on Israel.
What states are going to be cut off from China if China decides to take action? By the way, nobody's saying
Iran. They could easily go to war with Iran, which is what they're planning to do in December.
They're going to do that anyway. They've already done it. They're going to do it again anyway. That has nothing to do with China.
Okay. If you believe that, Jamal, then you don't understand the connections that I'm just trying to make.
Do you really believe that anything? Do you believe that they're going to go after Iran again?
100%, they're going to go after Iran again.
So that has nothing to do with what China is doing, right? Or do you think that has everything to do with what China is doing? Because it sounds
everything. Like the war on Iran, Jamal, is this is how I view the world. The war in Iran is not simply about just a war in Iran. The war in Iran is about destroying the entire multipolar world order. So if we think that there isn't going to be an accelerated process when unilateral sanctions are imposed on Israel by one state, then we live in a fantasy world, because that's exactly what's going to happen. And it's going to create even more damage that perhaps the region isn't even ready for. So China supports self-determination, sovereignty, policy of non-interference. So China is always calculating, well, if it makes certain actions, how is that going to affect China? And how is it going to affect the parties involved?
Accept that.
We have to understand the calculations are not simply this ideal, well, if China does this, then nothing is going to happen except China just looks really good and Israel looks really bad. No, unfortunately, that's just not how
I never said
global politics works.
I never said that was my calculation. I'm pointing out to you that China is a target, regardless of what happens. It is a target in a vacuum. Iran is a target in a vacuum. The very existence of Iran is an issue.
It's not a vacuum.
Which is why they went after Iran the first time around, and which is why they're going to go after Iran again, and they're going to peck him to death, just like they did Syria, Afghanistan, Libya, et cetera, meaning Iran is always a target. It doesn't matter what else happens. They're always a target. They're going to be targeted. Because it sounds like to me, and I'll just say, it sounds like to me that you are continuously connecting to things as if you do this, this is going to happen. Where it's like, this is going to happen anyway. If they do this, then they're going to go after China. They're going to go after China anyway. These are states that are already under threat because the U.S., from its want for primacy, is going to go after and attack those states regardless of what takes place. What states are going to be cut off from China if China makes any kind of move on?
I said Iran, and the whole. We don't even have to look at states, Jamal. I'm talking about the region. This is the plan. The plan is to cut China, the whole multipolar world, but really China and Russia. When we look at the actual plan, they don't. I mean, let's just say India. India's a target of tariffs right now. That's not really. The U.S. is, of course, a basket case, and it's going after India now. But it's going after India because of Russia. So we know that India is not really a focal point here. Politically, let's just say India is not really a conversation here. What really matters to the empire is Russia and China in particular. So everything that's been going on from the instability in Pakistan, we can just look at the region as a whole. A lot of this has to do with cutting off China. So if we don't think that the United States and Israel are going to accelerate that process at any moment and use it as a weapon against possible, and further intervention on Gaza or anything else that Israel is doing, then,
how could there be further intervention?
We haven't looked at the history of this, the history
and
what's actually going on.
Intervention in Gaza?
I'm saying no further intervention from others into the situation of what's happening in Gaza. No, I'm not talking about, Israel and the US. I'm talking about how others respond.
That's what I'm saying. Who are the others that are going to get further ensconced in Gaza?
I'm not following. I'm saying, Jamal, let me be clear about this. I'm saying that with the situation in Gaza, the genocide, all of this, if there's unilateral action taken against Israel by a single state, that is going to cause a lot of problems for the region, even more problems than already exist. The whole region will become embroiled in an even deeper, effort by the United States and Israel to cut off the entire region from China. This will happen.
Is the United States trying to?
And it's already happening. It's just that China has the ability now to operate because the because of how China does its foreign policy. You've had this conversation on your show with many others about how China does its foreign policy. This is China's foreign policy. And so whether it's good enough for people or not, I look at it from the standpoint of this is how they see how they can both move in the world and be able to not only achieve their interests, but a larger political and geopolitical paradigm in terms of developing multipolarity, and how that can benefit the entire world. But there will be certain actions that I don't know what the calculations are internally, right? I'm speaking for myself and just how I look at this from the outside. I'm not standing up or taking sides. This is not really about that. My principles are self-determination.
Right. Look, I don't take issue.
Jamal. I know that we've had a spirited conversation. We've had a spirited conversation.
We did. And I appreciate your point of view. And I do accept this idea that you believe that they're good. And you had a good...
Here's the thing. Let me just say one thing.
You had a good 30 minutes. So the world and the audience has a full-throated take on your point of view on all of this. So you can't say that I didn't let you get your points out. And you can't say that I didn't let you make your case.
I don't know why you're getting defensive about that. I just wanted to finish my point, but you made a comment of you are, and that was actually kind of that's actually really frustrating. And the reason why I say this is because on your show, let's say Dmitry's a friend. I like him a lot. I actually think he does really good work. But one thing he said that really I took offense with, not in terms of the politics or anything, was he said something to the effect of KJ is a patriot for China, and then he tried to guess his ethnicity and race, and that was just really cringy. But it's really dangerous to say that people are taking certain positions because they're patriots. That's like a Cold War term that could be viewed as, well, KJ is like a person in the United States.
He's a patriot. I remember I thought
he did say that. He did say he's being very patriotic. He's being very patriotic. Listen to the video. He said he's being very patriotic, and then he says he understands. But I guess I'm saying when you look at it from the standpoint of what I'm saying as being in support of the Chinese government, what I'm in support of is defending China's right to self-determination. And if it makes the decision that it has calculations being made, that if it does certain things, it's going to cause more harm than good, then that's what it is. And then what I'm saying is that our responsibility then is there global conditions that we can be a part of? Is there something that we can do to then make the situation more favorable so that if we want to see more concerted action worldwide, that we're not clinging on to hope that there's going to be a Superman country staving the Palestinian people? Because that, first of all, that's not historically accurate to any degree. World War II, that didn't happen. This has never really happened. What always happens is that support and aid to resistance movements is predicated upon the favorability of the conditions that exist at the time. And then principles can really be a guiding kind of lever in that. But when it comes to the situation now, we have a situation where the United States, Europe, and of course Israel, I mean, there's no question about this. There isn't any accountability to bear on them from the parties that are doing this. So until that is more possible, I'm not even saying it has to like be done, right? I'm just saying until people in the United States and the West, I know that you have a very pessimistic view on this, but I actually think that there's a lot of connections we can make which can move this forward. And then when that is moved forward, then the world has, especially those countries that are on the right side of history, have much more room to operate in ways that are not able to be predicted right now. That is how I see the most positive in this very particular context of Gaza, because you said, and you're right, it's a very particular situation. So we can't actually make, one-to-one comparisons. We can only take from parts of history to help us understand why the situation is the way it is. So that's all I'm saying. But I guess I just take issue with like, oh, you support, Chinese government, that's why you're doing this. No. I do definitely support things the Chinese government does. Do I 100% love the fact that we're not in a world situation where in a material reality where it's possible for the CPC to have an even deeper position, to reject the one state, to cut Israel from trade? Yeah, that doesn't make me feel good. But really, it's not about that, right? It's not about that for me. And it certainly isn't about that for this absolutely dire situation that we face in the world. So that's the perspective I come from with it. But I only have about a couple more minutes left.
I was just to close. We're going to close it. Obviously, China is a government. It can do whatever it wants, right? It's its choice, one way or the other. From my point of view, governments, like any government, and the way we criticize the United States, can be questioned. They're not in a glass vase. So I don't take that point of view. As for this notion of China as making its own calculations, all governments make their own calculations. So again, obvious, accept it, right? I don't take negative with that particular thing. But people aren't wrong for questioning those calculations. That's what we do for all governments. It's international politics. Otherwise, there will be no reporters. There will be no analysts. There will be no anybody. It would just be governments acting in a vacuum and doing what they're doing. As opposed to, I don't think I said you are backing China, so this is why you take that point of view. People would say the same thing of me. And like they would say, well, you're backing Russia, this is why you take that perspective. Or you're just backing China, you're a CCP puppet or whatever else. That's not the case at all. I think you have a point of view of the world, and that point of view is not, it's not because you back China. You just have a point of view. Like anybody has a particular point of view. If Dimitri said, is he Asian or Chinese? Okay, fair enough. I understand why that comes across a particular way. Fair enough. By the same token, Dimitri shouldn't have been attacked, in which case he would have been back on the show asking.
Sure. Well, and that's why I'm not commenting on any of that. But what I'm saying, the Patriot issue is even worse to me, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I don't know if he connected those things, to be fair to Dimitri. Like, I don't know if he connected Patriot.
Sure. He was angry. Look, we all get angry when we're attacked.
Yeah,
look, I've been attacked. I've been angry. But at the same time, when we're angry, sometimes things come out that are unfortunate. And I try my best even when I'm.
That was one of them. Yeah. Danny, this has been a spirited conversation. I hope you didn't take anything negatively, wrong, off, or anything like that. It's just a spirited conversation about a topic that seemed to be bubbled up. I got to be honest with you. I didn't realize this was going to be the specific conversation. I thought it was going to be something around this, but fair enough. I'm glad that we had it. The audience could see it for themselves, somewhat in a relatively dispassionate way, as opposed to the. I'll tell you this before I close. I did not want Dimitri and KJ to have this conversation. Oh, Lord, I did not want that to take place. Yeah. And as I pointed out to the audience, I was like, if you're Piers Morgan, you don't really care about your guests, then you have that conversation. Both were pissed off. The last thing I want to do was having two pissed off guests who actually like both of them butting heads, just throwing lobs at each other. That I did not want. So, Danny, thank you for this. Appreciate you coming on, Danny Haiphong. Sure. Danny Haiphong is a journalist, geopolitical analyst. You can find him on Twitter at Geopolitical DH and on YouTube at Geopolitics Haiphong. You have a good one, Danny. Be safe.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right, guys. We have come to the end. We have come to the end. Let's go to chats. let's go to chats. KDJ got it over there. Yeah, let's go to chats because I would imagine these chats are going to be pretty wild. Nobody can say that I didn't give him complete space to make the case that he wanted to make. I would prefer to have been a conversation as opposed to a 30-minute monologue, obviously. It annoyed me that it ended up being a 30-minute monologue because it's like, what car are you selling? Like, some of these arguments are not even stuff that people are saying, and certainly nothing that was espoused on this particular show. So it's like, who is this for? As for unclear outcomes, if China takes some kind of action, you said about anything, frankly. You said about anything. It's like, well, they may do this, they may do that, they may do this, they may do that. I don't know what those things are. I have no idea what those things are, but they may do something. And the fact that they may do something is enough to not do anything. Okay. That's a point of view. That is a point of view. Let's see. Just came back from the Caribbean. We'll go through all of these because I would imagine people have feelings and they kind of want to make their feelings clear. I also appreciate having it with Danny as opposed to Dimitri and KJ. I just don't want that. I just didn't want that. I mean, look, it seems the main thrust of this argument is that there are some channels that have lumped onto this idea that China should do more. It's China's fault, which I don't quite get the China's fault thing, but okay, you have weirdos out there. That it is becoming a concerted course, and that course is unhelpful because that course is not entirely indicative of reality. That the reality is that it's the US and the West that is causing this genocide. And if the genocide needs to be stopped, it's for forces in the US and the West to be more assertive in pushing back on the genocide that's being created. Yeah, I'm cynical. I can't help but being cynical. I have sat here and watched millions of people get slaughtered in the most horrific ways for years. I'm one of those people who didn't even believe that a genocide was possible and have come to the assessment that there is no Leviathan. There is nothing to stop anybody or any country from doing anything. And more to the point, my cynicism is grounded in reality because no country did anything. They just watched. Yeah, you had the outliers like Yemen, and yeah, you had Iran who would give material support to it. But I think the honest assessment is that countries are realists for all intents and purposes. Europe's are idiots, but realists. What is in our interest? If something is in our interest, we'll act. If something is not in our interest, we won't. And countries, short of maybe Yemen, short of maybe Iran, don't have interests in the context of getting involved in a genocide. And so we just watch. They will make strongly worded speeches. They may write strongly worded letters. You may have European leaders that may turn their heads now because the population is so angry and pissed off. But ultimately, the support from these countries continues. Saudi Arabia would bitch and then send oil. Erdogan would scream that Netanyahu was Hitler and then help Netanyahu, that same Netanyahu, A, knock over Syria, and B, would transit going through to Israel. All of them continue to give material resources to Nazis. When we're looking back at history and you say who was supporting the Nazis, that is usually looked at with a poor lens. And in this case, it's not just looked at with a poor lens. It's just something that everybody does. For whatever reason everybody does, they do it. You have to own that as a world. And yeah, as a country that is supporting and giving billions to that particular cause, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. To call it shameful is such an understatement that it destroys the term and the definition of shame. So clearly and obviously, it's Western countries that are effectively involved in this. China is blameless in this very specific case of causing this situation. What did the Germans do to stop the Hitlering war machine, and for that matter, to stop the genocide that was being committed by the Jews, Poles, and all of these other people that were there. Some of them resisted, some trying to kill Hitler. I don't know if it was specifically for the genocide, but some tried to do it. It didn't stop it. Germany was a rogue state. It cobbled together itself with Austria and other rogue states. And yeah, the German population knew full well as an open secret that they were having camps and what they were doing to those people in those camps. Did they stop it? No, it did not. It took other states to intervene into that process. Those other states that intervened into the process, probably looking at reality as it is, wouldn't have done anything and would have let Hitler run the ovens as much as he wanted if indeed Hitler didn't attack those other countries, considering what is taking place right now in Gaza and Palestine. I'm of mind that the world doesn't ultimately care, that states don't ultimately care. They care about what's in their interests. And from the European perspective, from the US perspective, it is in our interests. From the quizzling governments, it is in their interests to continue trade and working with Israel. Period. That's grim. That's a brutal assessment. But show me where I'm wrong. With that 3 years, 2 years, show me where I'm wrong. If China wants to make an assessment as a sovereign nation that it doesn't want to get involved, it can do that. It's its choice. If Russia wants to make an assessment as a sovereign nation, doesn't want to get involved, it's its choice. Nobody's saying that they don't have choice. Nobody's saying that they're forced to do X or Y. As I pointed out, international law doesn't exist. So it's not like they're being compelled by any kind of force other than their morality, their ethics, etc. And those are not things that matter in a geopolitical sense, short of what you can use to go after your opponents or your enemies. I think that's true. At the very least, it seems to be manifestly true. If that is true for Russia and China and for other states, short of Iran, short of Yemen, and people do things that are in their interests, which is what I think they do, is morality alone and ethics alone and the fact that your country is backing a genocide alone enough for people to throw their bodies out in front of cops, to get beaten, killed, dragged to jail, lose their jobs, and lose their whatever political station or, let's say, station in life that they may have for something that is that's not directly tied to negative outcomes from those same Americans? Meaning they would have to do it not because they have an uncle, a brother, a sister, a cousin, somebody that has gotten killed, somebody that has gotten shot, somebody that is being put in some kind of apartheid state in regards to the United States, but for something that is happening abroad that is not directly related to Americans, meaning we're paying for a genocide. We're not sending troops to commit that genocide. There's a difference. If these other countries are realists, are Americans also realists? Yes. In that sense, yes. At least my take. You can call it cynical, but what of this has changed or shown a point of view that varies from that? Nothing. It's reality. It's the reality to which you're living in. In the same way that the Germans weren't going to be able to do anything, nor did they all that much care. They may have felt some kind of way, oh, that's impolite. But it didn't dig into them in a way where they were going to stop it. And hell, their government was actually doing it directly in the sense of having these deranged sociopaths involved. How do you get Americans to do it? How do you get Canadians to do it? How do you get Europeans to do it? They'll protest. They will do that. Would it be enough? It's complicated. And I think it's more complicated than people are giving it credit for. It's one thing if you have people dying in a war. Okay, that makes sense. That's a direct translation. You see coffins, you see body bags, you feel some kind of way about it. You start asking questions, why are we doing this? Why are we there? It's another thing if you're dealing with civil rights. Okay, again, large part of the population is being subjugated. You see people being beat on bridges, killed, hung, etc. You say, hey, this is not what America's supposed to be. This is impolite. We don't like this. This is happening on our home soil, etc., etc. What about when it's abroad? Yeah. That is tragic, obviously. You can call it cynical. I think it's just reality. People like me who look at that reality and think we are a rogue state. Full stop. We have lost our minds. We are committing and backing a genocide. We are starting fires around the world. We're starting wars around the world. This is outright desperation. We're blowing up boats of people who are just in boats with a habitual liar of a president who effectively will say anything to get from point A to point B. We've started a war in Ukraine that has killed millions of human beings, and we are propagating and continuing that war. And we are agitating for more wars in various parts of the globe because we want to maintain primacy. We're a rogue state. The people in that rogue state are so heavily propagandized too that they don't even get entirely that they're a rogue state. So how do you get those people to be motivated in point of view, in substance? And if the only thing that you're telling people is, hey, you need to throw your body in front of a cop so he can beat the shit out of you, that'll do it. That'll galvanize the public. They were doing that in Harvard. They were doing that at these colleges, Columbia and whatnot. When summer recess came, nobody cared. Just needed to be injected with a sense of reality is my point. Let's keep going. I just came back from the Caribbean. Trump committed extrajudicial killing in the region. The Caribbean leaders nervously agree and fall in line. President Jafar, I hope that's not the case. I honest to God hope that's not the case. I mean, we did hit it with Esteban. So much respect, Jamal. Insane moment in history. Yes, we're living in right now. I'm incredibly grateful for your perspective. Keep it up. Well, I'm glad you are. Not everybody is, apparently. All right, what's the name on this? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Apache Chief. Apache Chief. My family is Cherokee, actually. My grandfather is half Cherokee. I would say carrying out trade with a genocidal entity shows clear apathy for victims. Apache Chief, if we transpose this into Nazi Germany, yeah, I don't like it. Blows my mind when people make this argument and get skittish about, I don't. We shouldn't talk about this. We shouldn't talk about this. That's weird to me. We talk about everything on this show. Everything is fair game to have a conversation with and a discussion about. I don't kibosh people when they're making arguments about stuff I don't necessarily agree with. We talk. They don't typically filibuster for 30 minutes. We talk. We have a conversation. We have an argument, a debate. We try to separate wheat from chaff. When you filibuster for 30 minutes and it's like, okay, there are 30 points that you said that I think are just full of shit. Where do we start? It becomes that, right? Look, I guess what it boils down to is this. When we transpose history and we look in retrospect at Nazi Germany, and by the way, this is not singling out China. I'm talking about all of these states, including the Arab states, who would, scream bloody murder at the Israelis and then turn around and, I'll meet y'all back and we'll get the goods. It becomes that. That shit's outrageous. Shit's outrageous. So, I hate this refrain that because you're including all nations and China just so happens to be in all of those nations, that it becomes an outrage. Dude, calm down. It's like, for fuck's sake, we have these conversations here. Jabari Media, let's see. Israel is a U.S. problem, not China or Russia's. Really? You think that? You don't think that Israel... Okay, let me read this thing. The United States has to collapse in order to stop Israel. Agreed, Jabari. I think it's wrong to blame China for anything in this. That's just it. Nobody's blaming China. Well, at least nobody on this channel. Apparently, there are a cacophony of channels somewhere that I'm unaware of. And I don't say that flippantly. I don't watch other media content. There are very few people. Alexander McCarris, maybe. Slobodka the Thinker, it's very good. Sloboda, of course, is fantastic. But there are very few that I watch. So they may be perfectly right in saying that there is a loud echo chamber of people who are screaming that somehow China is responsible for something that the United States and Israel is doing. Those channels would be wrong. They would be flat, fact, wrong. By the same token, the idea that it's also not a Russia and China's problem, it is definitely becoming a Russia and China problem. When Israel went after, tell me something. When Israel went after Iran, who were they backed by? The U.S. The U.S. was giving Israel anything that they wanted hand over fist with the goal of decapitating Iran, turning it into some kind of Syria. What happens to China and Russia if Iran goes under? Tell me that. This is not isolated. Meaning the issue with the Palestinian thing, the issue with Iran, the issue with China, Russia, with the BRICS nations as a whole, the issue with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the nations that are working with those, the fires that are taking place in Indonesia right now, that stuff is not out of the blue. All of those things are related to an empire that is losing grip and is doing any and everything in its power to create chaos around the world to maintain that level of grip, that level of primacy. That's what it is. So you could say, well, this is not their issue. Well, if Iran goes down, it's damn sure their issue. When Syria fell, it was their issue also. Nobody's saying who started it. Nobody's saying who caused it. Nobody's saying who's to blame for it. That's different than whether or not that stuff becomes issues. It becomes issues for these other states who have to deal with the fallout from the consequences of these actions. So, Jabari, agreed. This is not China's fault. Nobody's saying it. At least nobody on this channel is. But Jesus Christ, they will deal with the consequences of it one way or the other. They will. They will. I mean, you can disagree with me, but they will. Laugh 66. China's been doing great. I think this is relying. What is this? China has been doing great relaying poverty, displaying morality, because China is powerful economically, and it's obvious that China can well afford to stop trading with genocidal states. Not complicated. Laugh 66, apparently, to some, it is. To some, it is. They believe that there will be unpredictable consequences, unforeseeable consequences, by the way, that the United States is already trying to affect, but the U.S. will increase the speed of those unpredictable, unforeseen consequences as it goes because of the response of China doing anything. And so China has to not do anything. Look, BRICS, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, railroads, creating interlinkages around the world, all of these things are doing something. The U.S. is trying to pivot to China, not because it's not doing anything, but because it is doing things around the world, things that are effectively positive, right? So nobody takes issue with the positive elements that China is doing, trying to create a more holistic world per se. I don't buy this stuff that it's purely egalitarian. I think Mearsheimer is wrong, meaning China does have a philosophy. And given some kind of primacy status, I don't necessarily think they'll be a hegemon in the way that the USSR or the way the United States is a hegemon. I think they're different. They have a different philosophy. They have a different outlook. And the way that they think, they would have a different expression of whatever that means to be this kind of major power. So there's that. But they do have interests, right? All countries have interests, things that they care about. It is in their interests to bring up the global south, especially when you have a rogue hegemon. It is in their interest to do these movements in Africa and South America, et cetera. It's in their interest to do those things. Those things are positive. Those things are good. And as they point out, we believe in win-win relationships, and they are win-win relationships. That's what I mean. They have a different ethos. So agreed. Jabari Media, I retract my last statement. Here we are. Because Danny, what? What is this? I retract my last statement. causes, because Danny said, oh, you're saying you retract your last statement because Danny said it? Oh, that's wrong. Oh, that's wrong, Jabari. That's wrong. That's wrong. No, Danny gets all the respect in the world for coming on the show. Again, I did not know this was going to be the exact conversation. But well, whatever. I respond to his statement. Auntie Anne, just because attacks on China and Iran are going to happen, they don't need to make it happen right now by sanctions, stop trade, or otherwise, or other provocations. But how do you know that? Just because he said it? Rando guy says something, and your take is, well, we shouldn't do that now because Rando guy said it, so it's immediately going to happen that way. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't think he does either. It's, well, we don't know what's going to happen because we don't know what's going to happen. We shouldn't necessarily do anything. Okay. That is a realistic standard. That is a realist standard, right? We have interests. We want to see that our interests are met. If we upset the apple cart in this, there may be unclear consequences of these things. I would imagine they do work out what they think may actually happen. But we don't necessarily want to deal with those consequences. We don't have to deal with those consequences. And so we will put this on the back burner. This is not in our explicit interests, period. I mean, we should be honest about that. That's not a noble position. That's just a realist position. Which, again, I don't know why that's look. I need people to stop claiming they give a shit about Gaza. Just stop. If the argument to this is, well, dude, we don't know what's going to happen if that happens. And so, we have to continue to work with the genocidal state that's murdering all of these people. Okay. I'm sick of Saudi Arabia making speeches. I'm sick of the quisling governments making speeches. I'm sick of Istanbul making speeches. Just stop. Like, you are doing something purely for theatrical purposes while doing the opposite, the back of genocide. Look, in the future, hopefully, if any of us is here, any of us is left, I'm super curious on whether or not they're going to look at, wow, nobody gave a shit about the genocide. They gave voice to it because it looks bad. But in real world terms, none of the other leading countries or even countries in the region were willing to act for it. It is very glib to say, well, you're an American, so you shouldn't get a say-so. Throw your body in front of a gun. Okay, you can do that, right? That doesn't really change the argument that's being made and the question that's being put. Just doesn't. So, Auntie Anne, I get where you're coming from. Totally get it. But, yeah, I don't know if I entirely agree with that. No, I don't think China should eat this bullet on their own. So don't misunderstand me. But China's not working alone. They're working in coordination with other states. Yeah, I'm shocked that this conversation runs into a wall. That's all. Let's see. Right here. Is the argument now that China should be next hegemon? If that's the case, how is China behavior any different? I don't think anybody made that argument. At least I didn't make that argument. I mean, there's a philosophical argument, I guess, that could be made that is where you are, where you're at, if that makes sense. Like, if the US fails for some reason, let's say there's an economic crash, some kind of Great Depression, it damages materially the US in a way where it no longer can function in the way that it functions, kind of like unraveling like the Soviet Union. Is China by definition a hegemon? Yeah, kind of. Does it need to behave as one? That's an open question. Is a hegemon in how you behave, or is it just your status as being a global superpower? I mean, those are more, I guess, political philosophy questions. I don't know how to answer that. But I don't know if anybody made the argument that China should be a hegemon. I mean, Manish Jamal, you're being rude and abrasive. Okay, Auntie Anne. Okay, Auntie Anne. I think going on somebody's show and spending 30 minutes in a monologue is being rude, but fair enough. To each his own. Natalie Williams, I don't know how asking China to help Palestinians is blaming them. Not the same thing. Natalie, agreed. But apparently that's the way it's coming across. The very act of bringing it up is somehow blaming China. Fair enough. Trillis, great discussion with Danny. Have him back. I would wager to you that Danny is never coming back on the show. After that conversation, he's probably never coming back. That will be on him. That will be from an invite. That's on him. But I would imagine you probably didn't appreciate me telling him, dude, you spent 30 minutes just running your mouth about something that nobody asked you. Even though it was true. I mean, even though I wouldn't dare go on somebody's show and do some shit like that. That's outrageous. Java Joe, thanks for pushback on Danny. With great power comes great responsibility, and China isn't filling its leadership void. But see, that's where I think Danny is right, though. Look, China is a massive country. It has grown tremendously over, 30, 40, 50 years. It is obviously a superpower at this point. But let's be clear, nobody wants a war, short of the US. Most rational nations, Russia, China, India, etc., those countries don't want war. They want economic development. They want to make life better for their country and their citizens. So as a rule, you try to avoid things that create the context for war. It's just the way it is. It's reality, right? Part of my rationale for calling the US a rogue actor is because they don't seem to be on that same page. The US will go into a war that it will lose because it will go nuclear, because they would lose it in a conventional sense. Or they would try to feed the Philippines, South Korea, what's the other one? Japan, etc., Australia, as a proxy to fight a war with China over Taiwan or something like that. So we have decided in this country to use chaos as a mechanism for geopolitical control. That's just what we've decided. And so I agree with you. Great power, yes. But you don't want great power to end you up in a war. I mean, think of Russia, for example. Russia's had to work between the lines the entire way through in the Ukraine war. I would imagine Putin would have felt perfectly, I'm not going to say happy in the morning, but if you could stop the weapons from coming into Ukraine, I would imagine he would do that. By the same token, if doing that starts a world war, then that is not in your best interest to do. You work between the lines. You're just stuck with it. You don't want, all things being equal, to end up in a war that is just total. The US has somewhere along the way lost that fear. Hence, the nonsense of this Asian pivot and this idea that you have to go after China. You need to have a war with China and all of this other nonsense. It's just fucking outrageous. But I guess my point is, if you're China, your objective is economic development, not a war. They're very different things. Dose. Should China be the next hegemon? If yes, then great responsibility means behaving like a hegemon. But see, I don't know if China wants to be a hegemon, DQS. I know Mearsheimer thinks that. Mearsheimer fully believes that China is just a regular country, regular hegemon, just like any other. I don't know if China sees itself in those terms. I don't know. And if a hegemon, a benign hegemon, which I have no idea what that means. So I don't know. Dace Das in Din, his name kills me. Daz in Redden. Palestinians are cornered. What will be said? Bruce. Thank you, Bruce. I'll go with Bruce. Palestinians are cornered. What will be said? What do you mean when all of them are killed? That's a good question. Look, you can build the world up, and you can make all the excuses that you want. At the end of the day, what is happening now is an extermination. And beyond the extermination, the objective of trying to ethnically cleanse the area. So it's occurring. It's just true. KN, you said you give your guests the ability to talk. Why upset about monologue? Great debate. It's a serious issue. Okay. Are you serious right now? So if I say, hey, you come on my show, my guest gets the ability to talk, and they talk for 30 minutes. Literally 30 minutes. That's not a conversation. And Danny has his own show where you can make a monologue. If you're coming on the show, all things being equal, you're coming for a conversation. And you're saying great debate, but again, debate requires back and forth. If a person just gives a monologue for the entire time they're on the show, that's not a debate. That's not a conversation. That's just them giving a monologue. RG Beans, the United States is primarily an enabler of a genocide. Yes. What countries are going to step in and stop the U.S.? None. My estimate is none. Not a single one. None. Not a single one. All right. We have come to the end. Sweet Jen. You as a host, let him go on. It's on you. Agree. It's on me. I'm not mad at Danny. It's on me. I was trying to let him make his point. You could have intervened anytime. Again, Rami agreed. But I tried to let him make his point. You can't bitch at me and say, oh, dude, you didn't let him think. I let him make his point. I let him talk for as long as he wanted. But at a certain point, he wasn't going to stop, so I had to intervene. Let's see, who else? Jamal, we can see the questions. We can't see the questions anymore. What questions? What do you mean? You can't see them on the screen? You can't see these? Charles G. Jamal, you can't complain about those 30 minutes. Why not? Why not? I can totally complain about those 30 minutes. He didn't know he was on the clock. Are you being serious right now, Popcorn? You come onto a show. You are going to be there for, let's say, 30 minutes, maybe 45. And you go into a 30-minute explanation of something, much of which none of it you were asked, just an explanation. I don't know, it's just weird. We disagree. Charles G., you're the host. Whoa, what is it? Jamal was more than fair. He is very gracious. Yes. No other show would have let him go on for 30 minutes. And then you guys are bitching about interrupting him or bitching about it. It's like, come on. Are you serious right now? Then he came on to talk. You attacked him for talking. But you could say talk. That's weird, though. And I guess you guys don't get the weirdness. We have guests that are on for, let's say, 45 minutes. The show goes from 7 to 10. You come on at 9:15. You go from 9:15 to 9:45 in a monologue. The show ends at 10 o'clock. There is no conversation. There is no dialogue. It's you making an argument that nobody argued with you. Yeah, we disagree on this. You disagree. You're a grown-ass host. Agreed. I'm not mad at Danny. I'm not mad at Danny for it. It's my take. You feel how you feel. I feel how I feel. Why didn't you just say it? I did say it. I stopped it. I had to intervene. Otherwise, he would have just kept going for the whole 45 minutes. Just pointing it out. Yeah, Jamal already said he could have interrupted And a ton of you would have complained about that too. Yeah, they would be like, oh, dude, why you interrupting, man? Why you interrupting? He's only 45 minutes in. Why you interrupting? Why are you complaining? He's only 45 minutes in. Carl Machette, stop arguing with idiots. Fair enough. Weatherstone, Jamal called him rude for talking, and then in the same breath said, you let him talk. I did let him talk. I did. I gotta be honest, it is a warped, weird perspective. It was a warped, weird perspective that you're bitching about interruption on this. Yeah, that's a warped, weird perspective. I have no comments on that. It was the way you interrupted. Okay, fair enough. But I would have gladly listened to Danny rant for 2 hours. You would have gladly listened to Danny rant for 2 hours. And you could do that on Danny's show. On Danny's show, you could do that. You could listen to him rant for 3 hours, 8 hours if you want to. Go balls out. You're not on Danny's show. You're not on Danny's show. So, for fuck's sake, be honest. Don't forget, like the video so Jamal can overcome suppressive algorithm. Thank you, Kamdaski. Good to be honest humans. Yes, it's good to be honest humans. But I think your point of view on this is fucking warped. Communists talk too much, but it's important. Dan is a communist? I didn't know that. Let's see who else. Why call him a salesman? Okay, that was brutal. I didn't mean it in those terms. I just meant, if you and I are having a conversation, that's one thing, that's a conversation. If you and I are debating, okay, again, that's debating, fair enough. I'm going to let you make your case. I let all my guests make their case. But I don't think I've had a guest talk for 30 minutes straight and would have went to 45 if you just didn't say anything. That's weird to me. I don't know. That's weird to me. That's very bizarre to me. And maybe that's my take, but I've never seen that shit happen. At least not on this show. Luke Paul, I'm a communist. I talk less, bro. Fair enough. Look, I would tell you, on the radio show, we would get screamed at if we let some shit like that happen. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? This is supposed to be an interview. This is not a thing. This is a so-and-so. It's like, why are you letting somebody go on like this? Made the statement before the guests can come on your show and have the floor. Yes. And he did have the floor for 30 minutes. What are you bitching about? What are you bitching about? You're correct in pausing Danny. He would have gone until the time. Yeah, he would have went for like 45 fucking minutes. Look, it is bewildering to me, some of your points of view. This idea that you're coming on the show for 30, 45 minutes and you spend 45 minutes talking alone is amazing. And then you get the audience to be like, oh man, you interrupted him. Oh dude, I can't believe you interrupted Danny like this. Okay. We disagree. Oh, Danny's here. Excellent. Jamal asked about a conversation. Yes, we had. I outlined the points made to him. If it was too long, I'm happily interrupted. Okay, thanks. Not disorganizing anyone. Yeah, I mean, but Danny. Okay, fair enough. I made my point. It is uncharacteristic to come on the show and spend that long talking. That's all. Wanda USA. Jamal, you're making too much about Danny, just making you look disrespectful. Wandy, on this we disagree, but fair enough. I'm responding to the chat. Oh, that wasn't you, Wandy, I'm sorry. Many of you guys are long-winded. You did debate. Please take care. Have a great weekend. Yes, many of them are. That is true. Which should give you some level of context, since I don't typically bitch about it. Right here, most of this goes to my head as I see China as parasitic on the United States and Israel without weapons. Really, Wandy? I don't see that. Oh, I so disagree with you on that, Wandy. I don't think China's parasitic. I think they're working in the best interest. Oh, Timothy, I see. Jamal, you're making too much about Danny. It's just making you look disrespectful. Fair enough. I'm responding to the chat. So, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. We clearly disagree. I'm okay with that disagreement. Just life. All these backseat producers come out after every guest. They do. They do. They don't control my show. It is what it is. I demanded that a 30-minute monologue. Blew up, Paul. No, you're a bitch of nonsense. Dude, again, have you read the chat? Have you read the chat? Great show, Jamal. Thank you. Well, back at you. Thank you. Danny, please come back. That is on Danny. I'm skeptical, but that's on Danny. Carly Machette. Well, shout out to you, Carly Machette. If China intervenes in Gaza, it will be a war. Nobody's saying that they need to intervene. Nobody's made that argument. Between the U.S., Europe, and China, the U.S. would not tolerate. Nobody's saying intervene. He's a friend of your show. That's not how friends interact. Dude. Then he sympathize. What's this other part? What's this other part? With you, understand, angle, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think I agree with 80% of it. I think I agree with 80% of it. I think my biggest issue with that take that seems to be coming up, this restraint or resistance against this idea of asking other countries or saying other countries should get involved. And again, to me, China is just one of all of the other countries. Yeah, I think I disagree with this. There's an element to this I disagree with. And by the way, I'm not trying to be a Dick to Danny. Not trying to be a Dick to Danny on this. And if I am, he has my apologies. That is not my objective, just to be very clear. But yeah, I don't know. It's a bit strange. Yeah, my take is a bit strange, but it's what it is. Right here. Mark Sloboda talks nonstop. Jamal doesn't have the courage to interrupt him. We disagree. We just disagree. We see this differently. We see this entirely differently. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. And again, I don't want to be addicted to any. That's not my objective. It's not my objective in the least. Not my objective in the least. And if that is the way it's coming across, yes, my apologies on that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just odd. I mean, I take it as odd. All right. We have come to the end. We have come to the end. Dimitri and Laith is legitimate. Legitimate in what sense? I like both. Both are guests. Both are great guests. That's what I look at it. As someone who uses the show, I get it. Oh, Jabari Media, as someone who runs the show, I get it. Yeah. Almost 4.5 hours. We're 4.5 hours in. Shit. All right, let's close this. This is getting late, and it's Friday. All right. All right. Right here. It says, we love you, Jamal. Rewatch the show, and you will see what the audience is talking about. I mean, I exist on the show. I mean, if you think that me interrupting a guest after 30 minutes is too much, I disagree with you. If you think I was abrupt in doing so, fair enough. I probably was, especially after just kind of sitting through a monologue. Agreed. Yeah, no disrespect to Danny. I just wish there was a conversation as opposed to the way it was turned out. What do you mean, Navy vet? Thomas is no love for me anymore. What are you talking about, Navy vet? You're cool people, man. By the way, Jamal, you was a great guest on my show, and you practice what you preach. You have the right to be mad. I'm not mad. Look, I'm not upset. Some people think I'm rude. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Everybody has their takes. Accept your takes, whether I agree with it or not. Just to be clear, I wasn't trying to be a dick to Danny. I do appreciate Danny coming on. I did not know that was the way the conversation was going to go, or the conversation we were going to have. I probably was a bit rough interrupting him after the monologue. Agreed. Because in my mind, that is not the way shows go. So there's that. And yes, I would have preferred to have a conversation. But it's what it is. Is what it is. Sorry, we demand a game of chess as an apology for perceived wrong. For our perceived wrongs. For our perceived wrongs. Danny was fantastic, great guest. He was a good guest. Great for honest and forthcoming about his own feelings. Agreed, Charles. Agreed. Agreed. I have no animosity for Danny. Haiphong. I promise you, I don't. I have no animosity for him. No apologies needed. Well, look, I will say this. All right, first, I need to open that door because it's boiling in here. If I'm trying to think how I feel. Usually, guilt is a good indicator for me. I don't feel any guilt over this. I just don't. But I don't want to be a victim, I guess, in general. And if that's the way it came across, then that's not what I wanted. If there's no disrespect to Danny, then why call the man's argument BS? You got to figure out how to control your emotions. Well, I think I said parts of it I think are BS, which I do think parts of it are BS. This idea of unforeseen consequences, and unforeseen consequences that are going to be dramatic, that are going to lead to, I don't buy that premise. I just don't. So yeah, fair enough. We disagree. Tammy, on this I agree. On this I agree. On this I agree. On this I agree. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. That I agree. That I was wrong for. That I was wrong for. All right. I'm going to end this. I'm going to say, right here. I thought Danny made a good point about not being a realist. That's not it. That's not it. Right here. I thought Danny made a good point about not being a realist. I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by realist. Like, how much do you include into a realistic view of the world? But yeah. Look, I don't want you to take this thing that I'm looking at all of the points as being bad. I think I've said on more than a few occasions that there are many of his points that I agree with, but just some I don't. Hydrate, Jamal. It's not that. It's hot here. Indonesia gets really hot. And because it gets really hot, when you have the door closed because of the prayers, and you can't cut the air on because of the noise, it gets hot. It gets hot fast. Yeah, agreed. The car salesman thing was too harsh. Agreed. I agree with that. That I agree with. That was too harsh. That I feel bad for. So yeah, I agree. That I apologize for. You in China? No, not in China. I am not in China. What's the rent like up there? So it kind of depends. If you are, it kind of depends. So it goes from, on the low end, maybe 3 a month. But of course you can get as high end as you want. So it just kind of depends. It fluctuates. It also kind of depends on the city that you're in. Miami, you don't have to be right, but we do have to try. Agreed. Hats make you hotter. Yes, it does. Does Vietnam make cars? Rupert, I don't know if Vietnam makes cars. I've only been in Vietnam once, and I was only there for 12 days. So I didn't get the opportunity to kind of ingratiate myself to all of that stuff. Red alert. I am not in Bali. I'm in Jakarta. I'm a weather protester. Obsequious wife, thanks for the work. Yeah, I could have handled this interview better. I agree. So let's put quotes around thanks for the work. Let's see. Vietnam makes janky cars. I don't know the cars in Vietnam. Vietnam makes electric cars. Okay, fair enough. And Carl is in Jakarta. No, Carl is in Bali. You mean Carl Ja? Carl is in Bali. Carl is in Bali. I told Carl I wanted to visit him if I get the opportunity, but we'll see. Nikki, learn and grow. Nikki, life comes at you fast. Life comes at you fast. So there's that. There are lots of migrants that use small boats to go to other countries from Venezuela, including mine. Yeah, well, that's the rub, right? It's more likely than not that Trump just murdered 11 people. Drug delivering, something get added to it. The idea that somebody was going to take a boat all the way from Venezuela on a speedboat and go all the way to America is nonsense. It just feels absurd. It just feels absurd. So yes, he just murdered a bunch of people. Bali is better. Lots of influencers live there. Bali is more expensive. And this trip wasn't about, this trip was about expense. This trip wasn't about, this trip wasn't about travel. It was about expense. How do you cut expenses to the bone, grow the show, cut expenses, et cetera, et cetera. It was different. It wasn't the main objective. Man, at the rate we're going, we'll be here till Saturday. It is Saturday. Well, it's not. It's almost. All right. Yes, let's close this. You all have a fantastic rest of your day. Imagine being in your 60s. Life comes at you fast. Oh, you're in your 60s? Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. We are at the end. I'm going to say like. I'm going to say share. I'm going to say subscribe. See, we have one more. What is this? Timothy Gibbons. This is an emotionally suffocating time for all of us, Jamal. You have a powerful voice for us, and we appreciate it. Have a chat with Danny after the show. Come back together with a smile. Thank you for all. What is the last part? Thank you for all you do. Oh, Timothy. I don't know. I mean, look, I would tell you this. This sounds brutal, but it's true. I'm just being transparent. KJ is a guest. I've had him for so many years. As a guest that I miss is KJ, if I'm being bluntly honest. That feels off to me, if that makes sense. And, because KJ wasn't just a guest. He was a professional friend of mine. At least that's the way I saw it from my point of view. And I can accept losing guests in disagreements. I can accept losing guests if they go rogue. There are various provisions where I can kind of just say, oh, well, fuck it. It's what it is. I cut it loose. The KJ thing feels weird. It feels off. It just feels fucked up. It's not even where it's not even something you can repair because you didn't do anything wrong to break it. He has a point of view. And it's kind of like one of my friends, for example, when he found out I was working for Sputnik at one point, and he was like, the Russians? And he goes on this thing about this tear, just full of propaganda. And it's like, they helped Trump get elected. They did this, they did that. It's like, okay. This friendship apparently is about to end. That's his point of view, right? Can't really do anything to that point of view. I'm not changing anything I'm doing for that shit. That's on you. I can't do anything for that. So that feels off, especially when you've known somebody for that long and the relationship kind of goes kibosh. I mean, I'm sorry for calling myself car salesman. I didn't mean it in those terms. I meant, well, I guess any way you use that term is going to be fucked up. I meant it purely in the sense of you're making a speech that nobody asked and an argument that wasn't a question, it wasn't. Like, it's one thing if we were doing it back and forth, or we're talking as a conversation and something comes up and you make the case. Okay, well, that's different. It's a lot of excuses for stuff that weren't postulated. And he even pointed out weren't even on his channel. It kind of came out of that. Out of like, dude, why are you making this case like this? And as you know, I have a way of putting things in terms of example, not in terms of literal stuff. Fair enough. I accept that. That's wrong. And that was unfortunate. That was a poor choice of words, to put it that way. So, yeah. Red Axe is, yeah, curious. Does Jamal... Yeah, that's not intentional. It just kind of happened that way. I talked to the audience. And then talking to the audience, it just kind of ends up being that. It's not on purpose. It's not the objective. Honestly, if I'm being bluntly honest with you, I thought this interview was going to be over at 9:45. I thought I'd be out by 10 o'clock. So, no, it's not on purpose. It's not intentional. It's just me talking to the audience. Because, when you do a typical show, you don't get the chance to engage with the audience back and forth. So. Then call him. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing all that. I'll send him a text and apologize. I'm not doing all that. Jamal, do you? Danny's words. Yeah, I'll seek his wife, but I don't want to be a dick to anybody, especially not accidentally. It's one thing to be a dick on purpose. I don't do that stuff accidentally. All we have to do is hate Nutella. Nutella sucks. Yeah. Don't mind, I was just curious. Yeah, it's not on purpose. Not on purpose. And it's stuff where there seems to be a buzz in the audience, talking it out with the audience. There's no point in running from the audience. You just talk to the audience. That's my take. Be transparent to the degree that you can be transparent. All right. I am going to call this a day. I'm going to call this a day. I'm going to say like. I'm going to say share. I'm going to say subscribe. Weird fucking Friday. Weird fucking Friday. You all have a fantastic rest of your day. Be safe. Be kind to the degree that you can be kind. Have a good one all.